presentation, sir.
Yes, I will send you a handout. Oh,
And the video as well. Please.
yes, I will send
Thank you,
you the
sir.
video also.
Because by 1 o'clock po, sir, I'll be out because I'll be having my class and I'll be back by 2 o'clock. Would that be fine?
I'll send you for.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so what we are saying here is like a shape of the fish. We have the title of the paper, and then we have the abstract, then we have keyword. I'm sure that the term IMRAD is something you have heard before. So over here, we have the IMRAD, which is the introduction, the method, the results, and then the discussion. Okay, so the actual manuscript, the greatest volume constitute the IMRAD. Then we come to the conclusion, acknowledgement, references, and then supplementary data, if ever. Okay, so talking about the first part, what is the title, abstract, and keywords. Okay, so you have to make it easy for indexing. If somebody is going to look for your paper online, okay, they are going to look for the title, the abstract, and then the keywords. Okay, so it should be informative, attractive, and effective. Okay, then talking about the actual body, okay, one thing we have to always remember is this, that the journal space is limited, and then the reader's time is scarce. So what do we need to do? We have to make the title as concise as possible. Okay, and then it should not be too much, not too voluminous like we see for the thesis. Okay, so it's something we have to bear in mind. So this is how the structure actually looks like. Okay, this is how the structure looks like. Okay, let's move on from here. So let's talk about this in a little more detail. So now we have the introduction. So these are some questions you may want to ask, okay, when writing your introduction. So we have this question: what did you or others do, and then why did you do it? Okay, so in writing an introduction, you are going to talk about what you did, okay, and also what others have done, which is similar to what you have done. Then also why you did the study. Okay, these are some questions you are going to ask. And then the method will answer the question how you did it. Okay, so how the study was conducted. Then the results will talk about what did you find. Okay, what did you find? Then we have the discussion. So the question is, what does it all mean? Okay, and then the main text is followed by the conclusion, acknowledgement, the references, and then supporting material like the appendices. Okay, so in a brief, this is how the IMRA style looks like. For most journals, they follow the IMRA style. So we should know how to do this. Now let's look at it in a little more detail. Okay. Now the length of the manuscript, how long should my manuscript be? Usually it depends on the discipline. For example, in social sciences, the length is shorter than the physical sciences. Okay, so if you are in the field of like biology, like physics, like chemistry, or even agriculture, the length could be longer because of so many experiments here and there. and a lot of appendix data, it could be longer. However, generally speaking, okay, there are some agreed standards when it comes to the length of the manuscript. So over here, you have to always look at the journal's author guideline before you start preparing your journal format, because every journal has got a different standard when it comes to the length of the manuscript. Okay, so what that means is that one journal could allow 4,000 words, another journal could allow 8,000 words. There are other journals that can allow 10,000 words. So you have to cross-check this, okay, as you prepare your paper. However, an ideal length, okay, for a manuscript should be like 25 to 40 pages, double spaced, including all essential data. So this is a general guide. Okay, so if your manuscript is like double spaced, then it should not exceed 40 pages. Okay, if single spaced, it should not exceed 25 pages. Okay, so take note of this. And then if you notice that your manuscript is longer, then you need to go through it and see which area you can actually delete or remove or summarize, okay, so that your manuscript can be shorter to meet the actual style and standard. Okay, so let's talk about the title. It should be short and informative. Okay, so usually we are told that thesis titles should not be more than 15 words. And it's the same also for journal article. Okay, so make sure that your title does not exceed 15 words. And it should be informative. Informative means that the core of your paper or your thesis should be captured in the title. Talking about the major objective should be captured, or the major variables should be captured in your title. Then the abstract should be just one paragraph. Okay, it should just be one paragraph, not more than 250 words. There are some journals that allow more than that, but generally speaking, it should not be more than 250. Okay, and then your introduction should not exceed 2 pages. Okay, it should not exceed 2 pages if it is double spaced. Okay, single space should just be 1 page introduction. Okay, we are talking about research articles here. Sometime in thesis, it could be more than that, because for thesis, the introduction and methodology are usually put together. Okay, they are usually put together, so it gets longer. But for articles, it should not exceed 1 page if it's single space. Okay, and then the method should not be more than 2 to 3 pages if double space. Okay, so if single space, limit it to just 1 to 1.5 pages for your method. Okay, so there's something you should know. Then the result should not be more than 8 pages if it is double spaced. Okay, so single space means you not be more than 4 pages. So you have to limit everything in that order. Okay. Now, let's continue with the discussion. It should not be more than 6 pages if double space. Okay, if single space, not more than 3 pages. Then conclusion should just be one paragraph. Usually, the conclusion of thesis and dissertation, they are bulleted or numbered. But for articles, it should just be one single paragraph, no numbering, not anything like that. So just one paragraph, okay, like that. And then the figures, okay, should not be more than 8 pages, meaning one figure per page. So if you have 2 figures per page, it means you have to reduce it to around 2 to 3 pages only. Okay, so not too many figures, okay, except it is needed. Then the table should be 1 to 3 pages only, not more than that. Okay, your references should be around 20 to 50 references. Okay, if double spaced. If double spaced, it should be around 4 pages. But if single spaced, as much as you can, reduce your reference to just 2 pages, not more than that. Okay, too many references also make your work ugly. That's one thing we have to note. So 1 to 2 page reference is enough, okay, for a research article. Now let's look at the steps here, steps to organizing your research article. So the first thing you do actually is not writing your introduction as it is done in most, done by most authors. When they are writing a research article, they begin by writing introduction. Usually, in thesis writing, is the introduction which comes first. But when it comes to article writing, it's not introduction. The first thing you do is prepare your figures and tables. Okay, so over here, you put all those tables together. You look at where they fit in the paper. Table 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, because usually if you do everything before you pick the tables, you have to scroll a lot before you move from table 1 to table 2. And then you have to scroll again. But if there are no text, and then you are working on figures and tables, it's easy to arrange them like that. So when you are done, then you have to write your method. Okay, after the tables and figures, the next thing is method. After that, you have to write the results. So results here, we are saying that now you are going to add text to the figures and tables. You are going to add text to that. Okay, then step 4, you have to write a discussion. Step 5, write a clear conclusion. And then step 6, you have to write a compelling introduction. Okay, so step 6, the introduction is not step 1. Okay, unlike the conventional way of writing introduction first. Okay, so take note. Then step 7, you write the abstract. Okay, then step 8, you have to compose a concise and descriptive title. So usually, it might not be, even though sometimes it is, it might not be that you use the same thesis title for your research article. There are times it could change. There are times you have to make some modifications like that. Okay, and then step 9, select keywords for indexing. So now you have to choose keywords that you are going to include in your paper. Number 10, write the acknowledgement. Okay, the acknowledgement could be optional, There are some journals that require you to write acknowledgement, but it's not compulsory, not mandatory. Okay. Then after that, the references will come. Okay, so now let's look at this in a little more detail. Okay, figures and tables. So here you need to decide how the data should be presented. Are you going to use graph, text, graph, tables, text? Okay, what are you going to use? You have to decide. Okay, and it depends on the method, the research method you are using or you used. Okay, so take note of this. And then remember that a figure is worth 1,000 words. What that means is that you need to take your time to really prepare the figure. Do it nicely. Give nice labeling. Okay, make it in such a way that it could be understood without any explanation. I mean, they could understand it. And then number 4, your data are the driving force, okay, of the paper. So your illustrations are critical. So without the data, your research does not make sense. Okay, so take note, you have to really provide good tables, and then if graphs or figures or whatever they might be, you have to do it well. Okay, so when do I use tables and when do I use figures? Okay, so generally tables give the actual experimental / survey results, while figures are often used for comparisons of experimental results with those of previous work or with calculated and theoretical values. So if your goal is to just present the results, then you go for tables. However, if your goal is to do comparison of data, either within your work or comparing your data to other data, then you go for figures. Okay, so that is how it is. If you are doing no comparison, then stick to tables. But if you are doing comparison, then go for figures. But then it becomes redundant if the same data is presented in both tables and figures. It is a waste of space. That's one thing. Okay, so you should take note of this. Then make sure no illustration duplicate the information described elsewhere. So there should not be repetition of information. Okay, so just make sure that the information you present, they are just in one place and not duplicated. Okay. Another important factor, figures and table legends must be self-explanatory. So when you give table headings, legend, they should be self-explanatory. Whoever reads it should be able to understand it, okay, without you having to explain it to them. Okay, that is one thing. Okay, so an example of the same data presented as table or as figure, depending on your objective, you can show your data as table if you wish to stress the numbers, or as figures if you wish to compare gradient. And then note this, never include vertical lines in your table. So as you can see here, okay, the table here and the figure here, they are just the same thing. Okay, so whichever you may want to choose, you have to consider your objective. Okay, are you doing comparison? Are you highlighting something? Okay, or you are just you just want to present your data. So in that case, okay, what you choose should depends on your objectives. Okay, so please note this one and then do the right thing. Then here we talk about appearance. Okay, how your table looks, how your figures look is very important. So in this case, avoid crowded plot. Okay, when you are doing graph, like the one we see here on the right, the plots are very crowded and it's not pleasant to the eye. So think about appropriate axis label size, okay? And then include clear symbols and data sets that are easy to distinguish. So choose data set that will not make your graph lines get crowded in one particular spot, okay? But it will be easy to read or interpret and pleasant to see as well. So never include long, boring tables. Okay? Example, chemical composition of a motion system or list of species and abundance. Okay, you can include them as supplementary material. So if you find a table is longer than one page, the best thing you should do is to include it as appendix. Usually it's not really good that half of your table will be cut off. So your table should fit into one page as much as possible. Okay, so if it's longer than one page, you have to move it to the appendix tables, also a supplementary material section. Now let's talk about the use of photographs. Okay, in using photograph, there are a couple of things you have to look out for. Okay, so in print journals, printing cost goes up because of color printing. However, for online journals, there's no problem with that. So in submitting your paper, check if the journal is a print journal or it are an online journal. Okay, if it's a print journal, they will charge you extra. So in that case, you have to make your images black and white. For example, like these ones here, if it's a print journal, make the images black and white. But if it's an online journal, you can choose color images, which is okay, just to cut down your expenses in publication. How about decimals and lines? You must pay attention to the use of decimals and lines in tables. So decimals could be consistent. For example, what we have here, if you are using one, okay, one decimal should be consistent. If you are using two, they should be consistent. If you are using three, they should be consistent, and so on and so forth. So it shouldn't happen that some are 0.11 and then the others are 0.123. So 3 decimals, 2 decimals, it doesn't look good. They should be consistent throughout. Okay, and your table should be cleaned up of all vertical lines and then the vertical lines within. Okay, so usually maximum, your table should be like, should have 4 lines, 2 on top and then 2 below. Okay, so that is something you should bear in mind. When you make a table, make sure it's not more, it doesn't have more than 4 lines. Okay, Usually it's 3 or 4, depending on the data. So if it has a summation below, then it should be 4 lines, 2 up, 2 down. But if there's no summation below, a total, then just 3 lines, 2 up and 1 down. So that is how it's supposed to be. Now let's look at step 2, which is the methodology. Okay, so for the methodology, it answers the question, how was the study conducted? Okay, how was it conducted? So in here, you need to include detailed information so a reader can reproduce the study. Okay, what makes a research scientific is its ability to be reproduced. So if you don't include detailed information, so that whoever reads could actually reproduce it, then your work is not considered as scientific. So do not repeat the details of established methods. Use references and supporting material to indicate previously published procedures. And what that means is this: it's always okay to borrow a method, okay? Either a survey, a questionnaire, interview guide, or whatever it might be. It's always okay, to borrow. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. When there is a questionnaire which has been used and used over, approved, okay, which there's no problem with. So you use it and then give reference to that. Okay, so that's something you have to do. Okay, then reviewers will criticize incomplete or incorrect methods. Okay, so make sure that everything is done. I mean, systematically, write down your method just as the study was conducted. Okay, so that the reviewers will not reject your paper because your method was not well written. Okay, with the order of the method, usually it differs from one paper, one journal to the other. But then write the method in the same order as they appear in the results section. Okay, so in the logical order in which you did the research. So what that means is this: you begin, okay, by seeking permission to do the research, and then preparing your questionnaires, doing your survey, getting the data, retrieving, experimenting, analysis. Okay, so the process should be in that order. How you actually did the study, you need to write your method in that particular order. Okay, so that whoever reads, okay, could follow the same. Okay, there could be some little differences. So beginning from the locale of the study, the population and samples, okay, survey or experiments done, given information on dates, description of laboratory methods, including preparation or treatment of samples, description of statistical method use. Okay, avoid adding comment, results, and discussion, which is an error. So right here, what we are saying is that when we are writing a method, we don't add comment. Okay, you don't provide the results in here, and then you don't discuss the method. So you just write the things in the way they are, how the study was conducted. Okay, you just have to write it just like that without discussing anything, all right, adding the results or anything like that. Okay, then step 3 has to do with the writer. Okay, so over here, we are done with the method. So the result section answers the question, what have you found? Okay, after you did your study, what did you find? So hence, only representative results from your research should be presented. So the results should be essential for discussion. It should be essential for discussion. So over here, in your thesis or your research, you have a lot of data. Okay, you have a lot of results. And then what you are going to do is this: you are not going to actually write everything, but you are going to summarize your results, which is called the representative results. Okay, Halimba, you have like 20 tables. So you have to take the averages of the tables and reduce it to like 4 tables. Summarize the tables into like 4 tables using the means and the average means. Okay, so that you can cut down the volume of your work. Okay, and then use subheadings to keep results of the same type together, which is easier to review and read. So you are going to use subheadings, okay, and then summarize all your tables, summarize all the results, so that it's easier to understand, it's easier to read, and then concise as much as possible. And then number these subsections, okay, for the convenience of internal cross-referencing, but always taking into account the publisher's guide for authors. So over here too, there are times you have to use subheadings. Okay, the subheadings could be numbered or not numbered, depending on the journal, the journal guide for the authors. Okay, so take note of this, and then use subheading. Then writing one whole page of discussion without any subheading, it makes reading boring. So that's something you have to note. So for the data, decide on a logical order that tells a clear story and makes it easy to understand. Okay, don't forget here that the entire thesis is a story actually. So from the beginning all the way to the end is a clear story. Okay, so you present the data in that order. Okay, usually for your questionnaire, you have sections and subsections. And then you have to organize your results also in the same order as the questionnaire is arranged, okay, to make everything logical to the reader. And then generally, this will be in the same order as presented in the method section. So the order in the results should be the same order you have in your method. Okay, especially for the arrangement of the questionnaires in case you use survey. Okay, an important issue is that you must not include references in this section. So when you are writing results, references are not included here. Okay, so you are presenting your result, so you cannot refer others here. Okay, you cannot refer to others here. Now, this is the case whereby the result section is completely different from the discussion section. There are some journals, the result and discussion are together. So in that case, you are going to have 3 levels. So level 1 is going to be the presentation of the results. then level 2 and 3 are going to be the discussion. Okay, so in that case, in level 2 and 3, you are going to include the references here. Okay, for example, it could sound like this. Table 2 presents the results on blah, 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 blah. Variable 1 showed that blah, 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 blah. Variable 2 contrasted the results in variable 1. So in this case, this is the result that you found. This is the level 1. Then level 2, you are going to tell whose finding is similar, okay, to yours. But even that, you have to tell that the interpretation or the meaning, the inference of the finding, that to be level 2, then level 3, you support it with literature. Who else has found the same thing, similar, or something which is in disagreement with what you found? So level 2, the implication, the inference, the meaning of your findings. And then level 3, who else supports or disagree with your finding? Okay, this is the case if the results and discussion sections are together. But if that is not the case, then you don't have to include any references in the results section. Okay, so that's something you need to know. Now let's look at statistical rules. Right here, indicate the statistical test that you use for your study. Talking about the mean, the standard deviation, the median, and so on and so forth. So you have to indicate everything which is part of the method. So use mean and standard deviation, okay, to report normally distributed data. And then for numbers, okay, use two significant digit unless more precision is necessary. So you could use something like 2.08 instead of 2.078564444. Okay, so stick to precision. Then never use percentages, okay, for very small sample. For example, you have two samples, and then you want to refer to one of them, then you are saying something like 50%. In this case, just say 1 out of the 2, not 50%, because it doesn't really ring well. Okay, so small data, just don't use percentages, but just use the numbers to tell how many are involved and how many are not involved. Okay, then step 4, let's talk about writing the discussion. So over here, you must respond to what the results mean. Okay, probably it's the easier section to write, but the harder section to get right. Okay, the discussion could be difficult if you don't know the tips and tricks involved. Okay, so like I mentioned, the discussion has got 2 levels. Level 1, telling the meaning of your data. Level 2, supporting it with other literature. Okay, so this is because it is the most important section of your article. Okay, here you get a chance to sell your data. Okay, so telling the implication, the meaning, the inferences of your work is very important. Okay, and then it's like you are selling your manuscript. So take into account that a huge number of manuscripts are rejected because of weak discussion. Okay, and then you need to make the discussion correspond to the results, but do not reiterate the results. There are times when you read people's results, it's just a repetition. If you read people's discussion, it's just a repetition of the results. Okay, and there are times some other paper, the discussion is completely not based on the results. So these are two pitfalls that you may want to escape. So make sure that your discussion is based on your results. And then make sure that your discussion, okay, is not a repetition of your results. Okay, this is something you have to take note. So here you need to compare the published results by your colleagues with yours using some of the references included in the introduction. Okay, so you look at what other researchers have found, okay, which either agree or disagree with your own. Okay, something like that. And then never ignore work in disagreement with yours. Okay, in turn, you must confront it and then convince the reader that you are correct or maybe why yours is different. There are times, naturally, we have the tendency to throw away any literature that disagrees with our own result. But as a good researcher, you don't need to throw them away. Okay, you need to state why they contradict with yours or the possible reasons why your results is different from what other researchers have already established. Okay, let's look at some considerations. Avoid statements that go beyond what the results can support. Okay, so don't exaggerate anything. So tell things as they are. Tell your findings just as you have found them and don't exaggerate. Okay, this is something you have to know. That avoid unspecific expressions such as higher temperature at lower rate, highly significant, but instead quantitative descriptions are always preferred. So every time you say higher temperature, you need to put into parentheses the actual temperature you mean. Okay, so higher temperature into bracket or parentheses, 35 degrees Celsius. So that whoever reads knows that, look, you are not exaggerating, but you are telling actually the number or the temperature. Or highly significant, what does it mean? Is it 0.1 or 0.11 or 0.01? What is it? Okay, so you have to take note. And then every time you use a qualitative description, make sure you support it with a quantitative description. Number 3, avoid sudden introduction of new terms or ideas. You must present everything in let me take it again. Avoid sudden introduction of new terms or ideas. Okay, you must present everything in the introduction, then to be confronted within the results. So what that means is this: if there's any term you are using, make sure they have first been used in the introduction or explained initially before you use them. So don't introduce any new thing which has not been previously discussed or has not been earlier discussed, or concepts which are not easy to understand. Okay, these things need to be first discussed earlier in detail before you bring them in the discussion. So if they are not found in the introduction, not in the result, don't talk about them in your discussion. And then speculations on possible interpretations are allowed, but these should be rooted in fact rather than imagination. So avoid speculations. Okay, if ever you do, it should be based on fact. It should be based on fact. Okay, that's something to know. Okay, now let's look at how to achieve good interpretation of your result. Okay, so how do these results relate to the original, okay, to the original question or objectives outlined in the introduction? So think about this, okay? If you want to get good interpretation, okay? If you want to get good interpretation, ask yourself, how does the result relate to the research question? Okay, so if your result is not related to your research question, then likely you are going to have a wrong discussion. Okay, take note of this. So the results should be based on your research questions as it's found in the introduction, or your objectives. Sometimes it's objectives. Okay, next question, do the data support the hypothesis? It's not every time you may use hypothesis, but then if you do, ask yourself, does the result, okay, support the hypothesis? If yes, why? If no, why not? Okay, so if you answer these questions, then likely you will be able to write a good interpretation of your results or a good discussion. Next question, are your results consistent? Are your results consistent with what other investigators have reported? Okay, is it consistent or inconsistent? If it's consistent, how? If inconsistent, why? Okay, so by trying to explain this, okay, you will get a good discussion. Okay, then discuss weakness and discrepancies. There are times there will be weaknesses in your paper. You have to discuss them. If your results were unexpected, explain why they were like that. For example, maybe when you went to do your survey, some of the respondents did not open up because of some reason. And then because of that, you got like only 50% of your questionnaire answered. So that is a weakness of your paper. And you have to tell that in your discussion and how that has influenced your results. Okay, so you have to mention all that. Then apart from that, you can ask, is there another way to interpret the result? So apart from what we have said, ask yourself, is there any way I can explain this? If there is, you include it. If there's not, then that is it. So what further research should be necessary to answer the questions raised? So what further research? Okay, what further research? So here's like you are giving suggestions for future study. Okay, so if there's something like that, you have to. But most of the time, it's good you give suggestions for future study. Okay, it's very important. And then explain what is new without exaggerating. There are times you may find something new, okay, in your study, and you should explain it. Okay, maybe I found that this and this, okay, were present, but these were not found in previous study. So you have to tell, but make sure you don't exaggerate, don't overstate what you found. Okay, that's what we are talking about. And then step number 5, write a clear conclusion. Okay, so over here, this section shows how the work advances the field from the present state, okay, of knowledge. So we are saying conclusion. Earlier on, I mentioned that usually in thesis, you have to enumerate a conclusion. The number of conclusions are usually based on the number of objectives. But in writing an article, that is not the case. In writing an article, you don't talk about everything in your objectives in your conclusion. Okay, so you just capture the heart, the core, the main center, okay, of your objectives. The main thing it's all about, and that is what you capture, okay, in your conclusion. So over here, we are saying, how does your work advances knowledge? Okay, how does it advance knowledge? How does it contribute to knowledge? You have to include that in your conclusion. Some journals, it's a separate section. In others, it's the last paragraph of the discussion. Okay, so you have to check again the author guideline. Okay, mostly for most IMRAD, the conclusion is the last paragraph of the discussion. And you have to take note of this. Okay, there are other few journals. The conclusion is a separate section. Okay, so when you check, you will know that I need to include it or I don't have to include it. Okay, something like that. So whatever the case, without a clear conclusion section, reviewers and readers will find it difficult to judge your work. Okay, and whether it merits publication in a journal. So take note, your conclusion should be clear as much as possible. So actually, me personally, when I receive a paper, the first thing I check is the abstract, then I go to the conclusion to see. So by checking these two, I'm able to determine whether it's worth publishing or not worth publishing. Okay, so I will always check the conclusion and see, okay, how the conclusion advances knowledge. Okay, then a common error in this section is repeating the abstract or just listing experimental results. Okay, trivial statements of your results are unacceptable in this section. So take note that the conclusion is not a repetition of the results. It's also not a repetition of your abstract, but it's more of telling how your study advances knowledge. It's also about telling what was actually found in just one or two sentences, and how what you found, okay, advances knowledge. It's simple like that. So typically your conclusion should be like 3 to 4 lines only, or 3 to 4 sentences, then you are done. Not something very long, okay? And then you should provide a clear scientific justification for your conclusion, okay? So you have to justify, okay? And then you have to indicate, okay, uses and extension if appropriate. Moreover, you can suggest future experiment also. I mentioned this earlier, okay? So I mentioned that think about how your study advances knowledge, okay? How your study advances knowledge. So let me put it all together like this. In your conclusion, tell exactly what was found. I mean, the core of your study. This is not where to talk about the participants and talk about the number of males and females. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Talk about the actual research, what you found out. I mean, the heart of your objectives. And number two, tell about how what you found advances or contribute to knowledge. And then you can also tell, okay, if you have suggestions you may want to give to future researchers. That could be also. So these are the things you may want to capture so far as your conclusion is concerned. Okay, so you can propose present, global, and specific conclusions, okay, in relation to the objectives included in the introduction. Okay, so take note of this. So your conclusion could be regional, it could be global, it could be national or whatever it might be. But then you still need a conclusion. Okay, then step number 6. This is the time you have to write the introduction. So like I mentioned earlier, the introduction is not the first thing you do, but it comes later. Because whoever picks up your paper, the first thing he will read the title, the abstract, then the introduction. So to write a good introduction, you need to understand the result and your conclusion. Okay, so this is the opportunity to convince the reader that you clearly know why your work is useful. So over here, you are going to tell more, okay, about your study. So a good introduction should answer the following questions. Okay, what is the problem to be solved? So in your case, if the article has been done, or if the research has been done already, the question will be like this: what is the problem solved? Okay, so it's done already. So what problem did you solve? Okay, then number 2, are there any existing solutions? Okay, which is the best? What is the main limitation? Okay, what do you hope to achieve? Okay, what do you hope to achieve? So usually editors like to see that you have provided a perspective which is consistent, okay, consistent with the nature of the journal. Okay, so your introduction, to do a good job, you can also download a sample paper from the journal page. Look at how they write an introduction. Okay, download 2, 3 of them, check them out. Then you can also be guided. Apart from what you know, you could be also guided on how to do it based on the journal style or the journal recommendation for authors. Okay, so you need to introduce the main scientific publication. Okay, the main scientific publication on which your work is based, citing a couple of original and important works, including recent review articles. Now, let me say this. If you're familiar with Moon's structure for writing introduction, okay, move 1, the question is like this. What is interesting about my study? What is interesting? Okay, so what is interesting about your topic? So in paragraph 1, you are going to tell about what is interesting. The problem, okay, how interesting is it? Then you ask yourself, is it national, global, or regional issue? So in your first 1 to 2 paragraph, you're going to answer this question. Then paragraph 3, you are going to ask yourself, who has studied about this? Is there any existing literature? What did they found? What did they find? Or what have they found? Okay, so paragraph 3 and 4, you are going to cite supporting literature. Okay, then in paragraph 5 and 6, you are going to talk about what they did not find. It is called the gap in literature. What is it that they couldn't solve? What is it that is lacking in their own studies? What is it that is missing that you may want to fill in with your own? You got it? That will be paragraph 5 and 6. Then after that, you are going to tell how your own study is going to fill the gap or is going to answer the unanswered questions or solve the problems that previous literature talks about by introducing your objectives, your hypothesis, or your research question. So by the time you get to paragraph 7 and 8, you have already got more than 1 page already. So in that case, your introduction is complete. Okay, if you follow this order, you'll be able to write a good introduction. However, editors hate improper citation of too many references irrelevant to your work. So like I mentioned earlier, make sure that your references are not more than 2 pages. Okay, remove extra references that are not really connected to your paper. Okay, so if you include more references, okay, the editor may think you have no purpose, okay, or sense of purpose. Okay, let's look at some tips which will help you to write a good introduction. Number 1, never use more words than necessary. So be concise and straight to the point. Okay, and then don't make this section a history class. Okay, long introduction will put the readers off. Take note of this. Okay, so it should be brief and concise. Number 2, we all know that you are keen to present your new data. Okay, but do not forget that you need to give a whole picture first. Okay, so the introduction is like an overview of your entire work. Okay, so something like that. So the introduction must be organized from global, okay, to the particular point of view, guiding the readers to your objectives when when writing your paper. Okay, so you start from global issues, national issues, all the way to particular issues. Okay, so that is the style you may want to use in writing your introduction. And then state the purpose of the paper and then the research strategy adopted to answer the question. But do not mix the introduction with the result discussion and conclusion. Always keep them separate to ensure that the manuscript flows logically from one section to the other. Okay, so note that in the introduction, you are not going to present results. Okay, you are not going to do any discussion. If there is, it's going to be just brief discussion only, especially in paragraph 4 and 5. Okay, and then paragraph 6 and 7, when you are stating the gap or the problem unsolved, there could be a little discussion there. But your main discussion is going to be in your discussion section. Okay, so that's something you have to know. That's something you have to know and then understand. Okay, hypotheses and objectives must be clearly remarked at the end of the introduction. Okay, so you don't bring your objectives at the beginning, but you bring your objectives at the end of the introduction. That's something you have to take note of. And then expressions such as novel, first time, first ever, and paradigm changing are not preferred. Use them sparingly. Why? Because there's no research which has not been done before. Every research has been done in one way or the other. Okay, new researches are just modifications of old ones. Okay, so don't use this kind of words so much in your paper. Then let's talk about the abstract. The abstract tells prospective readers what you did and what is important, what the important findings in your research are. Okay, so it's like a hook. Okay, that will let people read your paper. So it has to be well written. Later on, we'll be talking about abstract in detail. So I'll not go into the components here. So together with the title, it's the advertisement actually, okay? It's like the advertisement for your paper. So if you don't do it well, it means readability of your paper is going to suffer. So make it interesting and easily understood without reading the whole article. So when somebody reads your abstract, he should understand the whole paper, okay? Because it should contain all the components of your research. Then avoid using jargon, uncommon abbreviations, and references. Many times I've seen authors include references in their abstract. But so to say, abstract should not contain references. Okay? So you must be accurate using the words that convey the precise meaning of your research. Okay, the abstract provides a short description of the perspective and purpose of your paper. So in this way, it gives the key results, but minimizes experimental data or details. Then it's very important to remind that the abstract offers a short description of the interpretation, the conclusion, in the last sentence. So every standard abstract, and again, I'm saying standard abstract should have 5 components. Okay, it should have an introduction, should have a purpose, it should have a method. Okay, then it should have the results, and then it should have conclusion. So if an abstract hasn't got all these 5 components, then it is not a standard abstract. That's one thing we have to understand. Okay, there are some abstract that begin with objectives. It's okay, but it's not standard. Okay, so every abstract should be standard. It should have every abstract considered as a standard should have all the 5 components in them. Okay, then step 8 is the time to compose your descriptive title. So over here, like I mentioned, the title should not be too long. Okay, so it must explain what the paper is broadly about. Okay, and then it is your first opportunity to attract the reader's attention. When somebody Googles, he Googles a title. If your title is not well written, it will not show up. Okay, so in this case, remember that the first readers are the editors. When you want your paper published, and then also the reviewers. Okay, so also readers are the potential authors who will cite your article after the paper is published. You have people reading it. Okay, so the first impression is very powerful. Okay, so your title should be well written, containing the major variables in your study. Okay, so we are flooded by many publications, okay? And readers don't have time to read all scientific, productions. So you need to understand it. When they are reading, they are selective as to the title. So make your title interesting as much as possible. Make it interesting. And then reviewers will check whether the title is specific and whether it reflects the content of the manuscript. Okay, editors hate titles that make no sense or fail to represent the subject matter adequately. There was one time I received a paper for one of the journals that I serve as peer reviewer. And as I read the title and I check the content, I noticed that the title is misleading. Okay, because the title does not really reflect what the content contains. So in that case, I told the author, you should either change the title or change the content. Okay, because they don't match. There is some kind of ambiguity and double meaning in your title. Okay, so your title, if it doesn't really match with the content, it could lead to rejection of your paper if you want to get it published. So hence, keep the title informative and concise, clear, descriptive, and not too long. You must avoid technical jargons, abbreviations as much as possible. So we don't include abbreviations in titles as much as possible. Okay, use only words because abbreviations are difficult to index. Okay, and when people are searching for things online, most of the time they don't use abbreviations. Okay, so if you use abbreviations in your title, people might not easily find it. Okay, this is because you need to attract the reader. Okay, the readership as large as possible. Okay, dedicate some time to think about the title and discuss with your co-authors. So usually before you decide on your final title of your article, talk with some of your colleagues, let them give their input, and then with their inputs, you will be able to draft a very good title. Then step number 9, select keywords for indexing. So over here, I have mentioned earlier, okay, indexing makes use of keywords. Aside from your title, you have to include some words, okay? Take note of this. So they are like the label of your manuscript. So it is true that now they are less used by journal because, they could search, somebody could search for the entire paper. But note this, when looking for keywords, avoid words with broad meaning, okay, and words which are already included in your title. This is one of the common mistakes that most authors do because the keywords are the same words in the title, but this is not actually advisable. Okay, it's not advisable to use the same keywords. Okay, to use words which are found in your title as keywords. As much as you can, try to use other words. And this is important because your title help readers find your paper online. So if you use different keywords, it means that there'll be more words related to your particular study. So the possibility of readers finding your paper will be larger than repeating the same words in your title as keywords. This is the reason. So as much as you can, don't use the words in your title as your keywords. Okay, so that you can increase the readability, or you can increase the chances of people finding your paper online. Okay, some journals require that the keywords are not those are not those from the journal name. Okay, because it is implicit that because it is implicit that the topic is that. And what that means is this: if the journal's name is, let's say, Journal of Soil Biology and Biochemistry, okay, they don't want you to use the word soil in the keyword. Why? Because the word soil is included in the title already. I mean, it's included in the journal name already. Okay, so the word like biology, like biochemistry, you cannot include that in your keywords because that's the journal name. Take note of this. That means that you have to choose words which are not the journal's name, and then choose keywords which are also not found in your own research title. Okay, so you have to check the author guideline all the time and note the number of keywords to use. Okay, usually for most journals, it's 3 to 5. There are some journals that even allow up to 6 or 7. But on average, keywords are usually maximum 5, like that. Okay, so take note of this. And then only abbreviations firmly established, okay, in the field are eligible. Avoid those which are not broadly used. For example, in medicine, when you say MD, everybody knows it's medical doctor. But MD could also mean managing director. You got a point. It could also mean managing director. So if you are using MD as a keyword, then you should advise yourself, because MD can mean anything. Okay, it could mean anything. Okay, this is just one of the examples. So instead of saying MD, just write it in full and say managing director instead of just writing MD. Or maybe you don't mean managing director, you mean medical doctor. Write it in full, medical doctor, instead of writing MD. Okay, because it could be confusing. Okay, step 10, the acknowledgement. So here you can thank people who actually contributed to your manuscript, but not to the extent where they are justified to be authors. Okay, I mean people who are not authors, who contributed in one way or the other. For example, you can include technical help and assistance with writing and proofreading. Probably the most important thing is to thank the funding agency if ever your study was funded. Okay, sometimes you show that everything by yourself. Okay, so you don't thank funding agency. You could thank your respondents, your institution, or whoever contributed in one way or the other. Okay, you could thank them, which is okay. Then your references. Okay, so I have talked about this earlier. So you have to have your references, not too many, maximum 2 pages. Okay, make sure that everything you have in your text as cited literature should be found in your reference list, which is the literature cited. So the in-text references should correspond with your reference list or the literature cited below. There should not be instances whereby you have something in the text and it's not provided or included in your reference list, or vice versa. Okay, because editors really have problem with this. Okay, so there are softwares who can help you to do this. Do your references easier, either manually or in any other form. Okay, so you take note of this. And then in the text, you must cite all the scientific publications, okay, on which your work is based. So don't make any claim without providing the necessary reference. Okay? And then do not inflate the manuscript with too many references. So like every paragraph, you have one or two references, and that's enough. Okay, one or two references per paragraph is okay, not more than that. Okay, so take note of this. And then avoid excessive self-citation and excessive citation of publications in the same region. Don't cite yourself too many times. Maximum should be two. Maybe you published a paper some time ago and you cite yourself maximum 2 times only. And make sure that your references are not only from the Philippines, not only from your region, but also from other places in the world. Okay? Then finally, check the following. Check the spelling of the author's name. Okay, publication year. The use of itar. Sometimes the punctuations are wrong. And then check all punctuations and whether all references are included or not. Okay, then after that, your paper will be ready for submission. Okay, so on this note, let's take some questions. Okay, in case you have some questions, let's do some interaction. Okay, now. All right, so let me know if you have some things or some questions, some feedback, some sharing. Maybe you have some experience you may want to share also. That'll be awesome.
Sir, I don't have any questions because your input is quite clear. So things are getting clear to me. Actually, I'm a grad school student. Most probably by the second semester, I'll be writing my dissertation. And in our school, we'll not be allowed to graduate if we don't have our dissertation published. That is what the reason why I also joined in this webinar. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay, that's awesome.
And
Yeah.
sir, can I request po, sir, can you teach us how to critique po a particular article so you can also check whether we have fully understood your ano po, your discussion po, your input.
Okay. I'll write it down so that tomorrow I will include it in the discussion.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So good, Paul. So good. How about Mom Vilma and Mom Frelin?
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Good morning,
May I
Paul.
just have a clarification? In the keywords, sir, I noticed in some of the studies, I saw words which are still found in the title, but they placed it in the keywords, sir. Now you mentioned that it should not be written again, supposed to be. So how is that, sir? That should be corrected, sir.
Can you come again, please?
In the previous studies that I have seen a word, a word indicated in the keyword, but it was written in the title of the study, sir.
Okay. Yeah, in that,
So supposedly it should not be, sir, because
yeah,
you
it
have
should not
mentioned
be.
in this lecture.
Yes, it should not be, your keyword should not be in your title as much as you can. There are some situations you are lack of vocabulary, you don't know what to do anymore. Okay, in that case, you could use, but for proper indexing, always make sure that your keywords are not the words of your title.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, how about Mom Frelin? You have something you want clarification?
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, Paul.
Yeah, actually, I'm having a class right now.
Oh,
So, actually, sir, uh, although I'm not an expert, but I am already a doctor of philosophy. And what I'm interested in this seminar is that I'm going to uh, have ideas about the publishing because we are going to have next year the publication. So uh, just to gain insights, ideas, knowledge about uh, publication matters and research how to publish journal and
okay.
the rules guidelines. So
Mm,
in terms of research, I am a research coordinator here in our district. So that's why I salute to your discussion, sir, because that's true. Um, I hope that this afternoon I can get some ideas, knowledge about guidelines on publication, sir.
thank you, Paul.
Thank you po. God
Thank you.
bless.
Okay. Yes, yes, Ma'am Mary.
In addition to that, sir, I would like to ask where and how we can publish our work if ever we are done with our work po.
Mm.
Is that part of your discussion later?
Yeah, yeah, we will talk. I will talk about that later. However, publishing, it begins with selecting a journal, okay, which is in line with your paper before you begin the paper preparation. The mistake that most of us do is we begin preparing the paper and then after we are prepared, then we look for journal, forgetting that
Yes.
every journal has a different format, style. So if you submit it, it's not actually in line with your standard. So your paper gets rejected. Okay, so you look for the journal first, which usually we do recommendation. Okay, in case you have a paper, we'll look at it and then we can recommend, okay, this journal can be good for you. Then you can submit your paper to the journal like that. Okay, so you have to go through all the author guidelines and see, okay, talking about the font type, the font size, the paper size, talk about the reference style used, and then the spacing, the margins, they are all details which differ from one journal to the other. So you have to check all those details. Even the number of words used is also one thing. Okay. Usually, generally speaking, an article should not exceed 8,000 words. Generally, there are some that actually accept up to 4,000 only, but most accept up to 8,000 words. So if you are preparing your paper, you need to have all these things in mind. Now look, you don't need to exceed 8,000, except that the journal accept more than that. That could be another case. But if you have these things in mind, it will help you right from day one as you begin your preparation to publish your paper. I know now it's becoming very strict here in the Philippines. No publication, no graduation.
Yes, sir. That's why I really joined. Because I want to to choose a public journal publication which is not predatory, because if it's predatory, still it's not will not be recognized by our school.
Yeah.
So maybe later you can suggest to us, sir, yung mga credible po na mga publications po.
Yeah, usually for chair, the journal should be indexed either in Scopus, in Web of Science, in ASEAN Citation, or Harvard. Okay, Harvard indexing is also accepted by CHED. Okay, in the graduate school, it's okay. And usually for
Pida,
promotion,
Ay, excuse me, ma'am.
for Ma'am, Kylie, want to say something?
Okay.
ay, sorry.
Sige po, sige po. Okay, for promotion, usually they want corporate or Web of Science. Yeah, for example, the professor, they want to become maybe assistant professor or
Diyan ka
for
pagkuhan.
from publication. But in the graduate school, we should be CHED accredited. Okay,
Thank
so
you, sir.
once it's CHED accredited, then that is it. Okay, so later on, maybe
Ay,
either
sus
today,
ka nami man sini.
either today or
Day, ka
tomorrow,
na.
today or tomorrow, we will go through some of those lists so that you can find it easy to spot out which journals are accredited and then they are not predatory also. Okay, to help
Sir.
you with that section.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so in conclusion for the first presentation, let me say that you should have a great research. That's where it all begins. Okay, you should have a great research. And then when we say about great research, we are talking about originality of your paper. Okay, not a repetition of something which has been done already. And then after that, you want to get it published in Scopus. And it doesn't work like that. Yeah. There are some people who message, say, "Doc, can you help me publish this?" Then I say, email it, let us see. Then they will email it, I check it, I tell them, look, we cannot publish this in Scopus because it's not original. Okay, it's just something which somebody has done before. So originality is one thing. Number two, novelty of your paper. Okay, the novelty is something which is also very important. How is your study going to contribute to knowledge? Okay, so you have to think about that. So if you want to write a thesis or you are writing a thesis, you have to have this in mind that at the end of the day, you need to publish it. So if you choose a topic which is not really very important, then when you are done, publishing it becomes another issue. Okay, so do something which is original, something which is novel, and then publishing it becomes easy. Okay, so these are things you have to do. Usually for journals, if your paper is original and then it is novel, even if the grammar English is not okay, they will just ask you to fix the grammar. They will still publish it. That's the thing. Okay, but then if the novelty is horrible, originality is not okay, your grammar cannot let them publish your paper. Okay, so we should always have this in mind. Now that every research we are doing, if our goal is to get it published, then let's do something which is worth publishing. And also think about the scope of your study. If you do your thesis in just one classroom, if you want to publish in Scopus, now it's not going to be because the scope is too small. The scope is too narrow. So your work should be at least limited to a school, not a classroom. Okay, minimum to be like a school or a whole community or something like that. Then the journals say, look, this is very relevant. It is worth publishing. Okay, and then you should also think about the applicability of your study. After you are done, you are done with it, how can it be applied? Okay, is it only applicable to your school, or others can also use your results and then benefit from it? Okay, so if you check all these things and then you do your study, then certainly when you are done, publishing will never be a problem. As much as you follow the journal guidelines, okay, your paper can be published. I used to live in Thailand for 6 years. And then in Thailand, I work with one of the leading science and technology universities. Okay, the university has around 30,000 students with faculty of around almost 3,000 faculty. And I was in charge of the research publication clinic. And Thai people, their English is very horrible. I mean, very horrible English. They write their thesis, their research, everything in Thai. And then sometimes they use Google Scholar Google Scholar. They use Google Translator to translate it to English. And Google Translator is very horrible. I mean, it doesn't really do a good work. Okay. So sometimes the translation is very, very difficult. But because the research is actually, the data is good, okay, I'm able to fix all the English and the structure and everything and still get the paper published. Okay. And there are times some of the things when I read, I don't even understand what they mean. So I need to just use my own creativity to make sense out of it by looking at the data. That is the thing. Okay, so writing a great research is important. If you want to get it published, it's something you may want to always consider. Okay, if your goal is to publish your paper. Okay, so that'll be it. Okay, any questions before we move on to the next discussion? Okay.
Permission to speak, sir.
Sige po.
Do you publish, in short, sir, do you publish journal?
Yeah, we do. However, what we do is more of solicitation. So we facilitate. Okay. We do the paper
Pardon,
preparation.
sir. Come again, sir.
What we do is more of facilitation. Okay. So we get your paper, we prepare it based on Scopus and Web of Science standards. We do the editing, the improvement. We do all the referencing and fix everything. Then after that, we recommend a journal for submission. Then after submission, we'll also guide you on how to respond to the reviewer comment until the paper is published. And that is what actually we do when it comes to research publication. Okay, but our publishing house publishes books. Okay, we don't actually publish articles yet, but we facilitate the article publication process. Actually, we have helped more than 400 people publish. Okay, so we know the process, how everything goes. Okay, so basically that is what we do when it comes to article publication.
Sir, can I add to Ma'am Frelin's question? If ever
Yes.
you will be asking your service, how much would it cost us, sir, if ever?
Yeah, usually for article preparation, the fee is 15,000. Yeah, the 15,000 could be paid in 2 installments, down payment, then the project begins. Then after we are done preparing before submission, The remaining 50% is paid. But then we guarantee publication. So we'll check your paper, make sure it could be published before we even agree to work on it. Okay, because we don't like situations whereby you do the payment and then your paper is not published.
Okay, thank you, sir. So hopefully by next school year, by next year, if ever I'm done, can I just email you, sir, if ever I will be asking your service, if ever?
Yeah. Yes, Paul. Pwede.
Thank you, sir.
Sige po. Okay, so we will move on to the next presentation. Okay, so now let's talk about.
Sir?
Yes, Paul.
If I am currently working my innovations and action research. Can I publish them
Yes, you can
in your
publish.
journal?
Yeah, but you have to first send it to us. We will check it and see if it's okay to publish or not. Okay, so if it's okay, then we'll work on it.
Stop shouting,
Okay.
stop.
Yeah, so when you are done, just email it to us, and then we will check it, and then give you some recommendation as to whether it can be published or not.
Yes, sir.
Sige po.
Thank you po.
Sige po. Okay, I will share my screen again, and then we will continue with the next presentation. Okay, over the years of helping many people publish, one thing that I have noticed is this. One thing I have noted is this, that even so-called deans and then even president of universities and colleges, head of graduate schools, and so on and so forth. From my observation, there are many of them, they still do not know how to write abstract. Okay, so in our trainings, we include how to write research abstract. Yeah, because there are different types of abstract, and only one of them could be used for research publication. Okay, so let's look at some of them, and at the end of the day, we could be able to write an abstract. So these are the things we are going to look at today. So we are part of the research abstract, the types, how to write a standard research abstract. Then we'll look at the Highland 2000 MOVE model of abstract. Okay, so let's begin. Let's look at the parts of a research abstract. Okay, so every abstract should have an introduction. Okay, it should have an introduction or the background, then a purpose or an aim. Then it should have a method, results, and then conclusion or recommendation. So every standard abstract is supposed to have all these 5 components. Okay, so if all the 5 components are not there, it's not considered as a standard abstract. Okay, it could be an abstract, but not standard. Okay, it could be an abstract, but not standard. Okay, now let's look at an example of a standard abstract. Okay, already we have mentioned it should have 5 components. Okay, it should have 5 components. Okay, so let's look at this. The management of ill discipline among learners has become a serious challenge for teachers. This article reports on a study conducted to determine how teachers in the primary school of Medjabeng Municipality, Free State, South Africa, manage ill discipline among learners. A mixed method approach, which comprised a questionnaire, semi-structured interviews, was used to collect data. 16 teachers completed the questionnaire and 8 of them were interviewed. The result revealed that the majority of the participants applied approved or acceptable measures of managing ill discipline, such as talking politely to learners, chasing learners out of the classroom, and involving the principals and parents. However, some of the participants apply the unapproved or illegal measures of disciplining learners, such as inflicting corporal punishment, swearing at learners, and pinching learners. The participants who applied the unapproved or illegal measures of disciplining learners reported that these measures were more effective than the approved measures. All participants reported that although the approved measures were unhelpful in maintaining an environment conducive for effective teaching and learning, they were compelled to apply them. The training of teachers in approved disciplinary practices, as well as involving parents and learners, involving parents in learning discipline are recommended. So this is an example of an abstract. Okay, so we can see Mom Prelin said she can see the screen. Okay, Mom Prelin, if you can hear me, you can restart. You can just log out and log in again. Okay, so you can just log out and then you log in. You can hear me. Okay, so now let's look at this in detail. How do we write the introduction component of the abstract? Okay, so over here, you have to give a brief background of the study. And again, the magic word is brief. Okay, so this can be just 1 or 2 sentences only. Okay, then it should highlight the main issue your study is addressing. Okay, it should highlight the main issue your study is addressing. And then it should only be 1 to 2 sentences only. Okay, the introduction component should be 1 to 2 sentences. Okay, and there's an example that we read earlier. So the management of ill discipline among learners has become a serious challenge for teachers. Okay, it's an example, and it's just 1 sentence. Okay, so the introduction component 1 to 2 sentences, and that's enough. Now talking about the aim or the purpose Okay, you ask a question like this: what is the primary aim or purpose of my study? Okay, then you have to say the aim in 1 to 2 sentences only. The aim of the study, okay, in the abstract should only be 1 to 2 sentences. Then do not write your problem statement here. So in the abstract, we don't write problem statement, but you just write your objective, okay, in just 1 to 2 sentences. Okay, the actual problem statement is going to be written at the end of the introduction. Okay, but in the abstract is something brief that you included. So, like this example, this article report on a study conducted to determine how teachers in the primary schools of Mejaben municipality, Free State, South Africa, manage ill discipline among learners. Or you can even put it in another way, something like, this article determines how. Okay, if you want to cut down the number of words, okay, you can say this article determines how. So what that means is this: you are going to remove this side. Okay, this component is going to be removed. Okay, we are going to remove this. This article determines how teachers in the primary schools of Mejaben municipality, South Africa, Free State, South Africa, manage ill discipline among learners. Okay, so this is something you are going to do. Okay, so take note of this. Okay, then number 3 is the method. So over here, you ask the question like, what research method and sign, okay, what research method, okay, did you use, okay, in this study? What research method did you use? So where was the research conducted? Who were the participants or respondents? And then how did you gather your data? What instruments did you use? So the methodology is going to answer some of these questions or answer these questions together with others. Okay, so you are going to state this in 1 to 2 sentences, okay, only, okay, in the abstract. So that's how it's gonna be. Okay, so actually it should be, maximum could be 3 sentences. So 2 to 3 sentences. So that's what you are going to do, not more than that. Okay. Now let's look at this example. A mixed method approach, which comprised a questionnaire, a semi-structured interview, was used to collect data. 16 teachers completed the questionnaire, and 8 of them were also interviewed. Okay, so you see that it's actually 1 sentence over here in this example. Okay, so, oh no, it's 2 sentences. Okay, so we have to note this. We don't have to make it so long. So in the abstract, you are not going to provide all the detail, but the detail will be provided in the method. Okay, then number 4, the results. How do you state the results in the abstract? So right here, you have to capture, okay, the main results. To avoid too much details, no lengthy discussions here, you may add brief inference or implication. But the bottom line is no lengthy discussion. Okay, and then the result could be 3 to 5 sentences only. 3 to 5 sentences only. Okay, so you just capture the heart of your results over here. Now, this is an example. The result revealed that the majority of the participants applied, approved, or acceptable measures of managing ill discipline, such as talking polite to learners, chasing learners out of the classroom, and involving the principal. However, some of the participants applied unapproved or illegal measures of disciplining learners, such as inflicting corporal punishment, swearing at learners, and pinching learners. The participants who applied the unapproved or illegal measures of disciplining learners reported that these measures were more effective than the approved measures. All the participants reported that although the approved measures were unhelpful in maintaining discipline, in maintaining an environment conducive for effective teaching and learning, they were compelled, okay, to use them. Now here we see about 3 sentences here. Let me see one. Let me highlight them. Okay, this is one sentence here. This is another here. Then we have another here. And then there are 4 actually. So we mentioned 3 to 4. Okay, so maximum, we mentioned 3 to 5. So maximum should be 5, not more than that. But here we see that the sentences are also very long. Okay, so make sure that you don't make your sentences very long. Because if you do, the problem is that you are going to exceed the 250 words. Okay, you will exceed the 250 words. So you don't want to exceed that. Okay. Now the next thing here is the conclusion and recommendation of your abstract. So over here, you have your result, but the question is, and so what? Okay, and so what? Provide a super brief version of your results. Provide inference and implication of the finding. Okay, state it in just 1 to 2 sentences. Okay, so that's what you need to do over here. An example, the training of teachers in approved disciplinary practices, as well as involvement of parents in learner discipline is recommended. Now here we see that there is something missing actually in this conclusion. Okay, it's more of a recommendation. Okay, so in the conclusion, we are saying you have to state the inference, okay, the inference, the implication in a very brief manner. Then when that is done, you can add the recommendation or suggestions for future study over here. Okay, so that is how it's supposed to be. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be. So capture the super brief version of your result, okay? Or everything you include, okay, in the abstract should be super brief, okay, including the introduction, the aim, the method, the result, the conclusion. Everything should be super brief as much as possible. Okay, and then let it all not exceed 250 words. It should not exceed 250 words. Okay. Now remember, every journal has its own abstract style. Take note of this. I've seen this over and over. Now in this presentation, we have mentioned that your abstract should just be one paragraph. But I've seen one journal or a couple of them. For example, Malaysian Journal of Instruction, the abstract is not written in a paragraph. It's not written in a paragraph. Actually, it's done topical. So the abstract is divided into 5 sections: the introduction, the purpose, the method, result, and conclusion, like that. So before you write your abstract, please cross-check with the journal style, okay? And before finalizing, check the guideline. That's what I've said. So read some abstract from the journal's published papers so that you can be properly guided. Okay, that's something you want to do. Then follow the journal style. Okay, you have to follow the journal style. Then, like I mentioned, okay, it should be around 250 words. Okay, if you can make it less than that, the better, but don't exceed 250 words. Now let's look at the 4 types of research abstract. Okay, there are 4 types. Okay, so let's look at them. And the first one is called critical abstract. Okay, this is a little similar to the paper critic that they do in the graduate school. Okay, so a critical abstract describes the main findings and information, and then comment on the study validity, reliability, and completeness. Okay, but then the researcher evaluates the paper and often compares it with other works on the same subject, So these are the key things you have to note here when it comes to critical abstract. So here you are describing the findings, okay, describing the findings, okay, and then you are going to comment on validity, reliability, or the completeness. Maybe something is missing, okay? Then you evaluate the paper, you will evaluate, and then you will compare it with other papers. Okay, so this is what critical abstract does. Usually critical abstract, they are generally 400 to 500 words in length, okay, due to the additional interpretation and commentary. So this type of abstract are not commonly used for research publication. Okay, it's not commonly used for research publication. So the length is usually 400 to 500 words. So that is critical abstract. Then number 2, we have descriptive abstract. So over here, it indicates the type of information found in the work. It also makes no judgment. So take note of this. Descriptive abstract makes no judgment, but critical abstract does. Okay, and then it does not provide results or conclusion. Okay, so it does not provide results or conclusion of the research. It incorporates keywords found in the text and may include the purpose, the method, and then the scope of the research. Okay, so like the title says, descriptive is more of describing. and then makes no judgment. Okay, and then here it does not include results and conclusions. However, it could include the purpose, the method, and the scope. Okay, so that is the descriptive abstract. Okay, essentially the descriptive abstract only describes, okay, describe the work in a summary. So it's like something like a summary. Okay, some researchers consider the descriptive abstract as an outline of the work rather than a summary, because the results are not included. So it's more like an outline instead of a summary. And then usually it's around 100 words or less when it comes to descriptive abstract. Okay, so that is that. Then the next thing here, we have informative abstract. So informative means that a lot is included, like the why, like the how, like the who, like the when, like the what and where. So all these details are included. So over here, we can say that most research publication abstract are informative. Okay, so in paper publication, we use informative abstract. Okay, why they still do not critique or evaluate the work, they do more than just describe it. Okay, so when you are writing an abstract for your work, you don't actually critique. Okay, you don't critique, you don't evaluate it, but you add information, you provide information about the work. So a good informative abstract acts as a surrogate, okay, like more of a summary of the entire work. Okay, that is the researcher presents and explains all the main arguments and the important results, okay, and evidence in the paper. Okay, so from the beginning to the end, all the details are included. Okay, so an informative abstract embraces the research background, the purpose, the method, the scope, the result, the conclusion, the recommendation. So everything is actually included. Okay, so the length actually varies based on discipline, but most of the time it's between 150 to 250 for most informative abstract. Okay, so there's something that needs to be noted. So if you want to publish a paper, the abstract you are going to use is the informative abstract. Okay, it's the informative abstract. That's what you are going to use. Okay, then number 4, we have the highlight abstract. So over here, the abstract is specifically written to attract the reader's attention to the study. So a highlight abstract cannot stand independent, okay, of its associated article. And it's not a true abstract though, okay, and therefore rarely used in academic writing. So usually in most articles published on Elsevier, they have highlight, okay, before the actual abstract comes. They have a highlight abstract, then they have the informative abstract. Okay, so the highlight abstract gives just highlights, okay, about the main things that the article is all about. It's just about highlights only, the key features of the article. Now let's look at how to write a standard research abstract. So over here, number one, you have to identify the key issues, okay, your study hinges on. What are the key issues? And then identify and write out major objective or hypothesis. And then select key sentences and phrases from your method section. Then identify the major results from your results section. Then arrange the sentences and phrases selected in 1, 2, and 3 into one single paragraph in the following order. We have the introduction, the purpose, method, result, and conclusion. Okay, so that is how the arrangement is going to be like. Okay, then when you put all this together, okay, you are on the way to making it happen. So make sure that this paragraph does not contain new information that is not present in the paper. What that means is that don't include anything in the abstract if it is not found in the actual article. Okay, things like undefined abbreviation or group names, or discussion of previous literature, or reference citation or necessary details about the method. So don't include all these things, okay, if they are not actually found in the actual paper. And avoid using too many details. Okay, stick to the number of sentences we have mentioned, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 5, stick to that only in order to get a 250 words. If you go more than that, then your abstract is going to be more than 250 words. Number 7, remove all extra information and then link your sentences to ensure that information are well connected and flows well, preferably in the following order: background, purpose, study, design, method, major findings, summary of your interpretation, conclusions, and implication. Okay, so you remove every extra information and then arrange them in that particular order. Then number 8, confirm that there is consistency between the information presented in the abstract and in the paper. Okay, again, don't forget, you have your introduction, your purpose, which is also your aim. Then you have your method, results, and conclusion. Your abstract should follow that order. I've seen instances whereby people begin the abstract with a method. Even a paper that I'm working on now, okay, from one of the professors in one of the universities in Lausanne. The abstract begins with a method, which is not appropriate. Okay, so your abstract should always begin with an introduction. There are times the abstract begins with a purpose, which is not bad, but it indicates that abstract is not standard. Okay, so that is the thing. Make sure that you begin your abstract with a brief introduction all the time. Okay, that is very important. Okay, then ask colleagues to review your abstract and check if the purpose, method, and conclusion of the study are clearly stated. Okay, so after you are done, let somebody check it and see. Because sometimes when it's your own work, there are things you can easily overlook. So let somebody check it for you and be sure that you have done the right thing. Number 10, check to see if the final abstract meet the guidelines of the target journal in terms of word limit, abstract type, okay, recommendations are also important to check. Like I mentioned, some journals use headings, okay, in the abstract, some do not use. So you need to check some samples from the published articles. Then also check with the journal guideline so that you can be sure you are doing the right thing. Now what to avoid? Number one is lengthy background. We mentioned 1 to 2 sentences only. Redundant phrases, unnecessary adverbs, adjectives, repetitive information. Avoid all these. Acronyms and abbreviations. Reference to other literature. Like I mentioned, don't include references in your abstract. Using ellipticals, okay, like this one here, okay, ending sentences like this, okay, or using IE, that is, okay, and then don't use incomplete sentences. These are things you may want to avoid completely. Then we have jargons or terms that may be confusing to the reader. If you use a term that you don't understand, then don't include it. Okay, so every term that you use should be understandable. Okay, it should be something you clearly understand. Then any sort of image, illustration, figure, or table or reference should not be used. Okay, avoid using images. The abstract, no table is allowed, no reference, and so on and so forth. Okay, now let's look at the Highland 2000 move structure. Okay, this is the Highland move structure of research abstract. So the moves are like this. But the introduction, the purpose, the method, the product, the conclusion. The purpose is the aim. The product is the result. Now these are the functions of these moves. For introduction, it establishes the context of the paper. The purpose indicates the purpose, the outline, it outlines the aim behind the paper. The method provides information on the design, the procedure, and then data analysis. The product indicates the results and the argument. Then the conclusion points to the application or wider implication and interpretation of the result. Okay, so when you are writing the various components, make sure that every part, okay, actually serves these functions. Okay, it serves this function. It's something you want to do all the time. Okay, and these are some references to guide you in case you want to read further. Okay, these are some references. Okay, so on this note, I'm going to end here. And then if you have some questions, you can ask. Sometimes my video is misbehaving. Okay, so
Permission to speak, sir.
yeah, do you have any questions on the abstract so far?
Are you done, sir?
Yes, I'm done with the next presentation.
Okay, sir. I would like to clarify the references because my internet connectivity was not good earlier. So, what format are we going to use? Chicago or APA? Thank you. Sir, I can't hear you, sir. I
You
can
have
hear
to-
you.
You can hear now.
Please speak, sir.
Again. So you have to choose based on the format of the journal. There are some journal is APA. There are some journals is Chicago. Some they use the Harvard style. Okay, some use Vancouver style. Okay, and then some use MLA. I mean, there are about 4 or 5 different reference styles. Okay, so before you begin preparing your paper, first check the journal guideline to be guided with reference style to you. Okay, and then there are some journals, they are not particular about the reference style you use, but they are particular about consistency. And the thing is, if you use APA, you have to use APA Lahab. If you are using MLA, it should be MLA throughout. If you are using Harvard, it should be consistent. Okay, so you have to cross-check with the author guideline so that you will know which reference style to use. Okay, all the time. Please read the author guideline. Okay, to be well guided so far as the references is concerned.
Okay, sir. But since we are using APA in our division, so we will not. I'm not going to replace the format of the references.
Yeah, it depends. If you are writing your paper for your division for a day, but if you are writing for the journal, you need to follow the journal, not the division. Okay, so Halimbawa, you wrote it for the division first, but now you want to publish in a Scopus journal. So in this case, you have to check the journal guideline. If the journal guideline is asking you to use APA, then don't change it. But if the journal style is Vancouver, you have to change everything.
However, in your company, sir, what do you advise?
Yeah, in our company, like I mentioned before, we don't have a research journal. Okay, we prepare the paper based on the chosen journal style. Okay, so before we prepare the paper, we check the journal guidelines, and then we prepare the paper based on the journal guideline. So we use all the reference style, depending on which journal we are submitting the paper to. Because no two journals have got the same style, it differs. Okay, some are the same, some are different. So to do the right thing, you should always check the journal guideline. Okay, but if you are writing for your school per day, stick with the school guideline. If you are writing for division, stick with division guideline. Now, if you are writing for Scopus, stick to Scopus guideline. Okay, so that is advice we give when it comes to choosing which reference style to use.
One last, sir. I would like to apologize to my fellow participants because my classroom is just a makeshift.
It's okay.
And
We understand.
yeah, so I am a newly transferred teacher here. So I just find ways to make this canteen turn into a classroom. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay. So again, any more questions, please? Ask again. How about Ma'am Velma? You have any questions?
Sir, I don't have a question, but later I'll be calling you because I want to refer one of my thesis if it can be if it can be allowed to be published.
Sige po.
Yes, because what I have sent to you is my dissertation.
Sige
But
po.
still, I wish the dissertation to be published, supposed to be. So Let us see later, sir. My
Sige
wish would be granted with you as my mentor, sir.
Sige po. Don't worry. We are always there to help.
Yes, sir. But in questions, I do not have questions. I'm still learning, sir.
Sige po.
Thank you, sir.
Permission to speak again, sir.
Sige po.
What about also my thesis and dissertation? Can I publish them?
Yes, you can publish. If they have not been published yet in any journal, then you can publish. But if you have already published it in your school journal, then cannot publish again in another journal. However, you can get it converted into a book with ISBN.
Thank you, sir.
Sige po. Okay, there are some who have already published their thesis in their university journal. So in that case, it's unethical to publish it again in another journal. Okay, but then the same thesis, to increase the readability, can be transformed into a book, okay, which could be placed in the library as a reference book. We have done it more than 50 times. Okay, so actually we do it for university and college president, vice president, and those kind of category of people. So we could do it for you as well. And that is making utmost use of your thesis. Because the problem is that for most theses, they are in the library, nobody opens them. Yeah. And people will open it only when they are writing another thesis. Apart from that, I mean, nobody will read it. Okay. But if we transform it into a book, it will be in the library as a reference material. People will open it all the time. They will read it. Okay, so that's what we advise. Increase the readability of your thesis, your dissertation. Don't leave it in the library to rot. Okay, just make very good use of it. Okay, all right. So if there are no more questions, maybe let's have an early break, and then we'll come back around 12:30 for the afternoon session. Would that be okay for you? Okay. So my
Sir, 2 o'clock. Sorry, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir.
we'll come back at 12:30. 12:30.
What time are we going to come back, sir? Pardon.
12:30 po.
12:30.
Yes po. Or 1 p.m. Which one is okay for you? 12:30, 1 p.m.
1 p.m. Okay, sir.
1 p.m. na lang.
Yes, sir. Thank
Sige.
you.
Sige, so we'll come back at 1 p.m. However, I'll be around by 12:30. In case you have something you want to ask, you can ask. Or you want to say something. So then we'll start again at 1 p.m. for the afternoon session. We still have like 3 or 4, maybe 3 more presentations for today. Okay. All right. So we'll see you later this afternoon. All right. God bless.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
Thank
Good
you
po,
po.
sir.
Sige. Okay, let's begin with copy editing. So when we say copy editing, we are talking about the process which ensures that, okay, your manuscript is correct in terms of spelling, grammar, jargon, punctuation, terminology, semantics, and the rest. So in copy editing, you are going to work on all these things, okay, to make sure that at the end of the day, everything is done well, just as the journal wants, in terms of English and the rest. Okay, then apart from this, okay, it also checks for incorrect errors in grammar. Then talking about spelling, and then also syntax, which has to do with arrangement of words, and then punctuation. Okay, so we have to ensure that all these areas are well done, okay, so that the manuscript will be free of errors, okay, and things which could lead to rejection of the manuscript. Okay, then it also checks for continuity errors, which has to do with the flow of thought. And then make sure that all the loose ends are tied. Because sometimes when I receive paper, then especially in literature review and introduction, I noticed that paragraph 1 needs to go to paragraph 3, and paragraph 4 needs to go to paragraph 1. So the flow of thought, there is a problem with continuity. So in that case, I have to rearrange the thoughts. Okay, so in copy editing, you are going to ensure that all these things done. And then with English editing, you could do it manually or make use of software, which later we'll be talking about. Okay, then it also checks for consistency in spelling. Okay, capitalization, the font usage, numerals, and hyphenation. So these are also things you are going to look at. There are times some words need to begin with capital letters, others need to begin with small letters. So you have to ensure that all these things are well done. Okay, and then the type of font should also be consistent throughout the entire text. So in one paper, you don't use 2 different fonts, but you use one single font, okay, for the entire paper. Okay, now let's look at some example here. There could be times email could be written like the first one. Okay, email could be written like this. Okay, I have email here. And there are times email could also be written like that. Okay, so in the editing process, you are ensuring that you stick to one thing. So if you go for this, just stay with it. And then if you go for this, just stay with it. Okay, so make sure that whatever you choose, there is some kind of consistency. Okay, and then when it comes to English, usually there's something they commonly call American English, okay, and British English. But the thing is this, there is only one English, and then there is American. Okay, so what they call American English is actually American, not American English. So English is the language of England, and that is it. Okay, so there's nothing like Thailand English and then Filipino English and American English. Okay, English is one, which is language of England. Okay, so the British language is English. Americans speak American. Okay, so we have to make sure that we don't mix this. Like the spelling of favorite, this is British, and then the spelling of favorite, this is American. So this is English, this is American. Okay, so we have to decide which to go with. So sometimes in the instruction for authors, some journals are very particular on this, and they will tell you use this kind of English, and you have to stick with that. Okay, if it's not stated, make sure you are consistent. If you are using English, use it. If you're using American, use it. Okay, throughout the entire manuscript, consistency is very, very important. Okay, so don't mix up that some pages favorite looks like this, and then another page favorite looks like this. Another example can be color. Okay, color could be spelled C-O-L-O-R, which is American. The British is C-O-L-O-U-R. Okay, so consistency is needed. Okay, then in copy editing, you are also going to check for factually incorrect statement. So there could be some statements which are factually incorrect, but there could be exaggeration or things like that. And then in your editing, you are going to make sure things like that, you correct them or you remove them. Okay, then the author must check if the facts in the manuscript are accurate and the names and dates are correct. Okay, so accuracy of information will also be checked in copy editing, and then names and dates. For example, if you are reporting something in the past, okay, the names you associate with them and then the date you associate with them should be correct. So in copy editing, you are going to look at all this, making sure that everything is done, okay, in the correct order. So you have to ensure this, okay? This is very important. And then the next thing here, okay, it also checks for legal liability. Okay, it also checks for legal liability. So this is where copyright comes in. So in copy editing, you are going to ensure that, okay, every information used is properly acknowledged, properly cited. Okay, because if you use somebody's information and you don't properly acknowledge it, you could go to jail for that. So we have to make sure that all references are well done. And this is part of copy editing. Okay. And then the author must verify that the paper, okay, is well referenced. Okay, this is what I just mentioned. So if there's anything which is not your own idea, or it's not your own thought, you need to tell where you got the information from. Okay, it has to also deal with pictures, images, videos, and anything like that that you use in your manuscript. Okay, this is essentially important. Then it checks for consistency within the paper. Okay, so like I mentioned in the morning, when we say research, it's a story. So from the beginning to the end, everything you are writing is like you are telling a story. Okay, so in telling story, there has to be consistency. You need to be consistent. Okay, so this includes the research process, okay, which is how the research was conducted. So you need to be consistent, okay, and this consistency is checked in the editing process. Okay, for example, you don't say that you got permission on the 20th, and then you gathered the data on the 12th of the same month. Now there's inconsistency because permission comes first before data gathering. So things or anything similar like that, you want to rectify them, you want to correct them, you want to make sure that everything is properly done in a way that it needs to be. Okay, that is what I'm talking about. Okay, and then that's your paper flow like a story, or it's just pieces of information. Okay, so at the end of the day, your paper should flow like a story. It should actually flow like a story. And what that means is that there should be consistency throughout the entire paper, from how it began, okay, till you got everything finished. There should be some consistency, continuity, continuous flow of information and thought in that logical order, okay, because it's a story. Okay, take note of this. And then you also need to ask, are there conflicting descriptions, okay, of the methodology? Okay, so when you are doing editing, you are also checking that the method is well done. For example, okay, does the abstract match your results? Okay, does the abstract match the result? Is there anything in the abstract which is not found in your results? Okay, then apart from that, are your discussion and conclusion based on your results? So again, we have mentioned that your discussions, your conclusions need to be based, okay, on the results, because the discussion is about the results. The conclusion is about the results. So you don't write conclusion which is not based on the results. And now you don't do discussion or improve things in the discussion which are not rooted in the results. So in editing, you are going to also ensure all this is properly and well done. Okay, so you copy edit after you are done preparing the journal format of the paper. So you don't edit before you prepare, but you prepare the paper before you begin the actual editing process. So take note of this. So now let's look at some of the process, okay, that will help you to do a proper editing. So how to copy edit? Okay, number one is an initial read-through, So what does this mean? You need to read through the entire manuscript and highlight areas which are not clear or seem to have some contradiction. Okay, that's the first thing you are going to do. Read through the whole paper. There are areas that you think need to be changed, okay? Maybe they have some contradiction. The flow of information is not really clear. Okay, so you are going to take note of them. And then step two, you need to rewrite the weak areas. Okay, so once you've highlighted those areas, now you have to go back and rewrite the weak areas. Okay, then step three, use a software to cross-check. Okay, there are several editing softwares that you can use. Okay, one of the most common is Grammarly. Okay, so use any of these sites to double check errors, okay, that you could spot. Okay, you can use paperrata.com. Okay, you can use the free version or the paid version. Okay, you could also use Scribbr. It's also used for editing. There's a free version, there's a paid version. Okay, this could be used to do editing. And then number 3, you can use edit my paper.ca also to do your editing. And then number 4, you can use Grammarly also to do your editing. So all of these have got free versions and paid versions. Okay, the thing is the free version can do all the editing for you. Okay, you will need the premium version, which is able to do a better work so far as editing and other features are concerned. Okay, so take note. For example, when we take Grammarly, there's a free version and there is a paid version. In Grammarly, there are about 4 levels of editing. The free version is able to do just level 1 editing. 2, 3, and 4, the free version cannot do it. So if you want to properly edit your work, then you are going to need the premium account, the premium version, which you have to spend like around 8,000 a year, okay, to purchase one. Or we also have the software, which you pay like about 800 pesos only per year to access it and use it for all your editing. Okay, so you are going to need this so far as research paper preparations are concerned. And apart from that, when you have access to the software, you could also use it for other purposes, even in your class, your academic work, and everything. Okay, so in relation to our paper preparation, okay, you surely need some kind of software, okay, to help you make your editing easier, faster, okay, and better. Okay, that is the thing. Then number 4, proofread. Okay, so in proofreading, you need to check, okay, for quality before submitting to the journal for publication, okay, production. So here what we mean is this. You need to compare the journal paper, okay, with the original manuscript to see if there's something you left out. So now you have prepared your article, which is like 15 pages, and you have your dissertation, which is like 200 pages. Now you have to look at your article and then ask yourself, is there anything I left out? Okay, anything I need to include? Okay, or anything I added which I need not have added? Okay, because sometimes we make several mistakes in this process. So you compare your article to your original thesis and see if there's any important information which you have left out. Okay, so you have to check that out. Okay, so let's look at structural editing. Okay, so when we say structural editing, it's also known as substantive editing, and it's utilized when the document requires more than copy editing. Okay, so the name structure means that there is something that needs to be done, okay, with the structure. Okay, it could be the arrangement of the paragraph, the arrangement of the tables, the images, and so on and so forth. Okay, so here it involves making substantive and structural changes, okay, to the academic paper. Okay, making structural changes. Okay, like I mentioned, maybe you misplace your discussion, or you will misplace the results, or you misplace some paragraphs or some images, okay, which needs to be fixed. Okay, so when we say structural editing, we are talking about you are reviewing the content. Okay, so what that means is this: you check the content itself. If there's anything that needs to be removed, added, okay, rearranged or anything like that. Then number two, you are going to also check the language and the style. Okay, the language used, is it formal, is it informal? Okay, you have to check that one as well. And then the style you have used. Is it more of passive, active voices, and so on and so forth? Okay, so you have to check that. Then number three, presentation clarity and document flow cohesion. So in structural editing, you will check for clarity. Every paragraph you read to make sure it's clear, easily understood. Okay, and then the flow of information or thought, there is cohesion between paragraphs and sections. Okay, so paragraph one, okay, connect with paragraph two, connect with paragraph three, and so on and so forth. And then there's cohesion, some unity, okay, in the text, in the paragraphs, in the sections. You could see the unity in the flow of thought. And then also ensure consistent use of voice and tone. Okay, that is what I just mentioned. Okay, sticking to active instead of passive voice, because it's really advisable that in your writing you use more active voice than passive voice. Okay, then it will also evaluate whether the chapter arrangement is logical. Okay, whether the chapter arrangement is logical. Okay, so usually we have the title, the abstract, the keywords, and then you go to the introduction, and then part of the introduction have the objectives, okay, then the method, and so on and so forth. Okay, so there should be some logical arrangement. Yeah, I have seen research like that before, whereby there is no proper arrangement of these things. Okay, so as researchers, we need to ensure all these things because it's part of the structural editing. Then also the length of the manuscript. Okay, earlier on I mentioned that, okay, the length should not be more than 25 pages if it is single space or even 1.5 spacing. Okay, if it's double spacing, it could go as much as even 40. Okay, but not more than that. So it means that when we are writing the paper, we need to ensure that all these things are taken into consideration. Okay, so if you notice the length is too much, then you need to do some structural editing. Okay, then number three, the text has cohesive flow. Okay, so in structural editing, you are also going to ensure that actually the text itself, okay, there is some logical flow of information and thought. Okay, there's no contradiction, there's no misarrangement or anything like that. Okay, now the next thing here, how to use Cite software to improve your paper. So we'll just look at one or two examples, and then later on you can look at the rest. Okay, so the first one here is Grammarly. It's Grammarly. So I will just show you how we can use Grammarly. And then the second one here is plagiarismdetector.net. There are several others that I showed you before. Okay, so let's see these two examples. Let's notice how we can do that. Okay, so I will reshare my page again. Okay, so I'm here on my on Google. I hope you can see. Now I'm going to go to Grammarly website. So over here, if you don't have an account, you need to create an account. Okay, you have to create an account. If you don't have an account, Glow account, you just have to log in. So I'm going to click on log in. If I click on log in, it will bring me here. Okay, now I will input my email and then input a password, and then I will click on sign in. Okay, so it's taking me into my Grammarly. Okay, so if you can see from here, you can see it's written here premium. Okay, so this is a premium account. It's not a free account. Okay. So we are in Grammarly now. So how do we use Grammarly, okay, to do our editing? Now, when you are in Grammarly, you can click on new or you can click on upload. If you click on new, over here, you will need to copy paste the text you want to edit. Okay, you have to copy paste the text. However, if you click on upload, it will take you to your computer, and then you have to upload the document. The document you want to edit, you have to upload it. Okay, can you still see my screen or my, give me feedback, please. Can you still see? Still see my screen? Please give me feedback.
I'm sorry, sir.
Can you still see my screen?
Little.
Can you see? Or
It's
can you
not
hear
so
me?
clear, sir. Not so clear.
The screen is not clear.
Yeah.
Okay, and then can you hear my voice well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think maybe my internet is a little weak. Okay, because my video keeps it keeps freezing. Okay. So I'm here in the Grammarly page. Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Say again. Okay. So I will try to get some text and then let's see if we can do the editing, okay, of the text. So I'll just copy some text and then I will paste it into the Grammarly. Let's see how we can get this done. Okay, so I'm copying some text now, and then I'll bring it into Grammarly. Okay, so I'm going to click on new. And then I will paste it here. Okay, so it's pasted. Okay, so if you look at my screen, okay, how many colors can you see with the underlined words? So far, how many colors can you see? Different colors of the
There are
underlines.
three.
Okay,
There are
so
three, sir.
okay, so we have red and what?
Red, blue, and green.
Okay, so we have red, blue, and green. Okay, so all these indicate different levels of editing. Okay, so if we look at the right hand side over here, red means correctness. The blue has to do with clarity. And then the green has to do with engagement. Okay, then the last one here, which is the purple, has to do with delivery. Okay, so earlier on I mentioned that we have like 4 levels of editing in Grammarly. Okay, if you are using the free version, you could only edit the correctness. With clarity, engagement, and delivery, you will not be able to edit them. Okay, so that's something we need to note and understand. Okay, so let's do this and then let's see how we can continue with the editing here. Okay, so to edit these things, what we have to do is to just click on the areas with the underlined words, and then when we click on them, we will be able to correct them. Okay, so you just have to click on the word and then look at the suggestion given by Grammarly. One thing you should note is that it's not every suggestion by Grammarly that is actually correct. Okay, so you have to read it, check it first before you accept it. So right here, he said we should remove the comma. Okay, so we do it. And then we move on. The next one, it say instead of which is, we should choose that is. Then Philippines. Okay, we have to use that Philippines. And then with severe, okay, so the article is missing. So we have with a severe food problem. Okay, then on, instead of on, we use with. Okay, then we move on to the next line. Okay, then over here is saying writing citation, choose your citation style below. Okay, so if we are using APA, then we have to set it. Okay, so the truth here is that Grammarly even helps us to make our citation correct. Okay, so if I click on this, there are other options like MLA Chicago. There are also others like the Harvard, the Vancouver, and the rest. Okay, so we are using APA, so we are going to just click on set style, and then that is it. So when the style is set, it means that the whole manuscript is going to use APA. Okay, the whole manuscript is going to use APA. Okay, then we have to continue. So we have to make this correction also. And then the next one. And then the next one. So we have to continue this process. Okay, until the whole thing is fully corrected. Okay, so that is for correctness. Okay, when that is done, we can click here on clarity. Okay, then the clarity, which is the blue lines, we need to begin the editing process as well. So when you click on it, it will give you options which you can use. Okay, so here it's saying it's passive. Okay, if you want to change this into active, you can. But the fact that it's passive doesn't mean it's wrong. Okay, it means that you can make it better. Okay. And then here the suggestion is saying is add article. But in actual sense, it's okay without adding article here, because food security at itself, you can say the food security or a food security. It doesn't make sense. So we'll just leave it as food security. Okay. Then that done, we have to move on. Okay, we have to move on to the next one by scrolling. And then we have plant here. Okay, so it's telling us another way to rewrite it. Okay, so here it says, knowledge of traditional food plants is important to promote food security more sustainably, instead of in a more sustainable way. So when you read this, you have to know that, look, this is better. So in this case, we have to rewrite it, and then it will be rewritten for you. Then the next one, unclear antecedent, you can correct it or just leave it. And then this is passive, you leave it. And then have negative effect, it said negatively affect. Okay, so that makes better sense. And then being recognized, passive, we leave it. So here we have one of the major factors that negatively affect. Now the suggestion here is this: a major factor that negatively affects. Okay, it seems that this makes better sense. So we are going to rewrite it. Okay, so one thing here is that apart from correcting the English, actually Grammarly helps you to rewrite areas that need to be rewritten. Okay, that is the thing. It helps you to rewrite areas that need to be rewritten. So we can scroll down and do all those corrections until we are completely done. Okay, then when that is done, then we have to click on engagement. Okay, when you click on engagement, okay, the green lines will pop up. Okay, so here is that instead of important, use essential. Okay, we can choose it essential. Then we have to scroll down. Another important, we said we should use vital or essential. Okay, let's use vital. Major factor, it says significant. Okay, let's choose it. Important, okay, maybe this one we are going to leave it like that. So in the same way, you are going to make that correction, okay, until the whole manuscript is fully corrected. And then when that is done, now you need to move on, okay, to the next one, which is delivery. Okay, so in delivery, it says instead of poor families, say low income families, which is awesome. It's more respectable, more respectful, and then presentable. Instead of saying poor people, you can say low income. Okay, that's more presentable. So let's choose that. And then we will scroll down. In terms of delivery, there are no more. Okay, so but still there are some for the rest. So we have to finish everything. And then when everything is done, then that is it. So if we look here, on the right side here, overall score is 78 out of 100 because it's not everything which is corrected yet. Okay, we didn't finish everything. There are still some other stuff that I did not work on them. As you can see, they are red, and I'm not done with the whole thing. So after everything is done, you have to check here. Okay, and then you will see, okay, word length above average, sentence strength, above average, readability, which is 34. Okay, so you have to correct everything. Okay, and then when you correct everything, you should get around 100 or around 98% for this. Then you can be sure that your work is properly edited. So when that is not done, then your work is not well edited. So you can edit inside Grammarly software. Now, another way is to integrate Grammarly software into your Microsoft Word. And then when you integrate it, you don't have to come to Grammarly website to edit, but actually you can edit using Grammarly right inside Microsoft Word. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again, and let's see how we can get this done also. Okay, so share my screen, and then let's get here. Okay, so if you can still see my screen, you will notice I'm here in Microsoft Word. Okay, this is the document I copied earlier, okay, which we are editing. Okay, so like this, on the right-hand corner, you see Open Grammarly. Okay, so I've integrated this. So I'm going to click on that. So when I click on this, it's going to open. As of now, it's still loading. Okay, so after it's loaded, all the grammar issues are going to show. And then we'll be ready to get started. So it's still checking. Okay, I think it's now done checking. So all the issues is around 790 issues, okay, which need to be fixed. So over here again, you can see the red lines, the blue lines, the green lines. If we go down, we can still see the purple lines and so on and so forth. Okay, so when I click on the blue lines, it's telling me what I need to remove. It says remove the which is, so we do that. It's corrected. And then this one, okay, it's given a suggestion. Let's update everything. So it's all updated. Then Philippines said add an article. So we have the Philippines, okay, which is corrected. Severe, okay, we need to add an article. And then on change to weight. Okay, so in the same way, we have to repeat the same process throughout until the entire manuscript is edited. Now, when that is done, for the red, we need to go to the green, and then the blue, and so on and so forth. But then we can even do all of them at the same time, okay, because they are all indicated. Okay, so one paragraph, we edit something, and then the next paragraph, then the next paragraph. But like I said, you need to get this very clearly that not every suggestion given by Grammarly is correct. Okay, so you need to read before you accept the suggestion from Grammarly. Okay, so over here we have red line. When we click it, we have one space, two spaces. So one space, and then it's edited. So the red is no more. Then we have important here, and the line we get essential. Okay, refer, we have refers. And then we continue in that order. Okay, then we have over here, okay, we need to put a comma, and then one here, we need to add R. So we need to keep the process of the editing, okay, until everything is done. So that is how you edit, okay, using Grammarly, okay? Then let me also say that Grammarly can also be used to check plagiarism, but then it should be the premium version, okay? If you have the premium version, you can use it to check what do you call it? Check plagiarism. So if we go up here, okay, you can see plagiarism. As of now, it's off, but I can switch it on, okay? So up here, we have all issue, we have correctness, we have clarity, engagement, and delivery. So these are the standard for the editing. Then you can adjust your editing goals. If I click on this, okay, audience, we have general, knowledgeable, expert. Okay, formality, neutral. If you want it formal, informal, you have to use this one here. And this one, we have academic, business, general, technical, as well creative. So what we are doing is academic, okay? And then formality, we can choose neutral or formal, which is okay. I will just leave it at neutral. The audience, knowledgeable. So we need to click on done. Okay, now we have a new goal. Okay, we have a new goal. And then it's now checking again. If you look down here at the right-hand corner, it's checking. Okay, after it's done, okay, all the correctness are going to, all the errors are going to show up here. So correctness, we have 300 plus. As you can see, then we have clarity, we have engagement, delivery, and so on and so forth. So let me just scroll up here a little bit again. Okay, so we have new goals. Okay, so if you use these goals, it will help you to do the correct thing. Okay, then I'm going to click on the plagiarism. Let's see the percent plagiarism in this paper. Okay, so now it's checking, and then we'll just wait for some few minutes, and then it will be done checking. Okay. Yeah, but then the plagiarism checker tool in Grammarly is not as competent as what is found in Turnitin. In terms of grammar, Grammarly does a very great job, but in terms of plagiarism checking, Turnitin is more proven to do a better job, okay, than proven to do a better job than Turnitin. Okay, so now Turnitin is better than using, what do you call it, using Grammarly to check plagiarism. So all the time, if you want to check plagiarism, it's better to use Turnitin. However, Grammarly can still do some checking for you. Okay, so if I scroll a little bit here, okay, you will note that the level of plagiarism has been shown here. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we have 13% plagiarism. Okay, as you can see at the right-hand corner. Okay, 13% plagiarism. Okay, for this particular manuscript. And usually for most journals, the level of plagiarism accepted is like around 15%. Okay, so if you want to publish, target plagiarism less than 10%. Okay, if you want your paper to be published. So that is how you use Grammarly, okay, to check the English grammar, and then also to check plagiarism. Now, if you click on this here, okay, so it's giving us a link to the place where this information is coming from. As you can see, okay, if I keep on clicking, it will bring out the source of the information. Okay, so to fix this particular thing here, okay, what you have to do is to copy it and then go to Keyboard software, then paraphrase it, okay, to reduce the plagiarism. Later on, we'll talk about plagiarism, so I'm not going to talk so much detail now. Okay, so you copy it, go to the Keyboard, and then paraphrase it. When you paraphrase it, then you can bring it back again to check the level of plagiarism. And you will notice that the level of plagiarism will go down after you do the paraphrasing. Okay, so let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so that is one way to do this. And then another software aside from this, which I wanted to demonstrate, okay, is the, what do you call it? Is the plagiarismdetector.com. Okay, the plagiarismdetector.com can also help you to do a very great job. So I'm going to go to the website, okay, plagiarismdetector.com. Okay, so we are through here with Grammarly. Okay, but before then, let me show you this. Over here in Grammarly, if you check the right-hand corner, you can see plagiarism here. So if I click on the plagiarism, now it's checking, okay, the level of plagiarism. As you can see here. Okay. So the whole manuscript, now the one I copied, this is just a small fraction of the manuscript I copied from. Okay, so this small one has around 44% plagiarism. As you can see, it's indicated here. So to fix this, okay, you need to copy it, go to Keyboard and paraphrase it. And then when you paraphrase it, the plagiarism level will be reduced completely. Okay, in that case, then it's ready to be used. Okay, so let me go to plagiarism detector, plagiarism, okay, detector.com. Okay, over here too, there's a free version and there is a paid version as well. Okay, so all you have to do is to copy your text and then paste it. Okay, so up here, there are a couple of options. We have plagiarism checker. We have paraphrasing tool. Okay, so even in plagiarism detector, you could do some paraphrasing here. Okay, so let's click on the plagiarism checker and let's see. So you can see over here, okay, the maximum you can check it is 1,000. This is for the free account. Okay, and then it's going to check the grammar. Okay, the basic grammar, just to be precise. Okay, so you just have to copy your text and paste it here. For example, if I paste this here, okay, and then I scroll down. Okay, I can click on check plagiarism. Okay, now it's checking. So we have to wait for some few seconds, and then the check-in will be done. So this same thing I pasted in Grammarly, the plagiarism was 44%. Now let's see how much it will be here in plagiarism detector. If it will exceed 44 or it will be below 44. Okay, so we'll get to know shortly. It's still checking. Okay, so it's done checking. Now let's see the level of plagiarism. Now you see here that it said no plagiarism, 100% unique. But this same information, when we checked it in Grammarly, we got 44%. So which means that every software has got its own strength or the ability to pick up errors. Okay, that's why I made mention that when it comes to checking plagiarism, it's better to use Turnitin. Even Grammarly cannot do a better job than Turnitin. Our grammar and English checking, Grammarly is good. It's a great tool to use. Okay, so these are some of the things you may want to take note of. Okay, and then the same way, if you want to check grammar, you just have to paste it, scroll down and click on check grammar. And then it's going to check the grammar. So with what we have checked now, you can download it. If you want to start a new search, just click on start a new search. And then it will begin, okay, another search. So these are two of the many softwares that you can use. Okay, so far as checking grammar and plagiarism is concerned. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my slides. Okay, and then let's continue from there. Okay, so I will go back to my slides. Just a minute. Okay, just a moment, I'll go back to my slide. My video keeps freezing. Okay, so this is where we got to a while ago. Okay, so let's look at this in the slides. So how to use Grammarly. You have to create a free account with Grammarly, log into the account, copy paste the document. Okay, then the free account usually allows for a certain number of words per upload. Okay, and then like I mentioned, the free account cannot do every check-in accurately compared to the premium account. Okay, so if you don't have the premium account, better to get one. Now, the second method, integrate Grammarly into Microsoft Word. So here you sign in into your credit account. Then on the left-hand side, okay, you click on the app. Okay, over here we have app, as you can see. So you click on this, and then these ones are going to show up. Okay, this will show up here. Okay, so when it shows up, in my case, I've integrated it. So you can see Microsoft Office, which is active already. And then you can see the Chrome extension, which is also active. Okay, but if these are not installed yet, you will see install. You see this over here and then over there also. So you click on it, then you follow the step, then you get it integrated into your Microsoft Word. So that is it. And then you can also use plagiarismdetector.net. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the editing of your work. Okay, so let's end here. If you have any question on the second presentation, you can ask. Okay, if you have any questions so far. Have you got any questions so far?
Sir,
Hello,
good afternoon.
good afternoon, Paul.
My question, sir, is so if the Grammarly rating is 10% above, the manuscript will not be accepted in the journal.
Yes, for most journals, your level of plagiarism should be below 10%.
Thank you.
I'll take it, Paul. Yeah, but then I would say that in terms of Grammarly, in terms of plagiarism checking, it's better to use Turnitin because most journals use Turnitin for checking the plagiarism. So what that means is this: if you use Turnitin, then for sure it will be the same as the checking of the journal. So there will not be much problem. Okay, there will not be much problem. Because sometimes when you check it using Grammarly, and then you check the same document in Turnitin, there are differences. Okay, Alimbawa, Grammarly, you got 10%. But when you check in Turnitin, you get 20%. So usually I advise when it comes to plagiarism checking, use Turnitin to do the work. Okay, in terms of plagiarism checking. Then in terms of checking your English and grammar, you use Grammarly. Okay, so that is how I suggest it should actually be. Okay, so always use Turnitin when it comes to Grammarly. When it comes to, what do you call it? When it comes to plagiarism, because it's more accurate. Okay, it's more accurate with plagiarism checking more than Grammarly. Okay, did I help you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, how about Mom Velma and Mom Mary? Okay, so if you don't have the software, I will just advise you, you get them, because if you will not check before you submit, the tendency of your paper getting rejected is very high. Okay, that is the simple truth. Okay, so you get the Grammarly, get Keyboard, turn it in, okay, so that you could check your work before submission to the journal. Okay, so you could avoid the problem of rejection if all those things are done very well before the actual submission. Okay, any more questions so far? I think Ma'am Verma is gone to for a meeting. Okay, Ma'am Mary, do you have any question on editing and plagiarism and all those things? Okay, so I will assume there's no question. Okay, so we are going to go on to our second presentation for this afternoon. That's a very long presentation, okay, which is on how to avoid plagiarism. Okay, so we are going to look at that in a more detail, okay? We'll look at it in a more detail. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again.
Wag na lang, Han, wag na, wag na.
Okay, I will share my screen again. And then let's begin. Okay, so let's get started. How to avoid plagiarism. So let's begin by asking what actually is plagiarism. Okay, because there are many things that we think it's not plagiarism, yeah, but in actual sense, it's plagiarism. Okay, so let's look at some definitions from the dictionary and then some examples. So our first definition is according to the Webster Dictionary. So number one, it means to steal and pass off the ideas or words of others as your own. Okay? So stealing and passing off other people's ideas as your own. Number two, to use another's production without crediting the source. So you use somebody's work and then you don't give him the credit. That's also considered as plagiarism. And it's also to commit literary theft. So in actual sense, plagiarism is considered as stealing. Okay, so the next thing here, to present as new and original an idea or product derived from an existing source. Okay, so to get somebody's old stuff and then you claim it's your new stuff. Okay, that is also considered as plagiarism. So in other words, plagiarism is an act of fraud. Okay, it's an act of fraud. Sometimes we have to note. So it involves both stealing someone else's work and lying about it afterward. Okay, so it's fraud, it's stealing, it's lying. That's why we don't have to do it. So what is considered plagiarism? Number one, turning in someone else's work as your own. This is very common among students. Usually students will just download anything from the internet and submit it to their professor, okay, as their own work, which should not be the case, okay? Number two, copying words or ideas from someone else without giving credit. Maybe you are given a speech and then you quote something. Then after quoting, you didn't tell who was the author of the quote. Okay, that is also considered as plagiarism. Okay, so when we use somebody's information, somebody's quote, we should always tell the source of the information, the source of the quote. That's very important. And number four, giving incorrect information about the source of the quotation. Sometimes you have quoted, but you did not credit it to the right person. That is also considered, okay, as plagiarism. Okay, that's something we have to note. And then changing words, but copying the sentence structure, okay, of a source without giving credit. There are times you change the words, but then the sentence structure is still the same. So in that case, you have still plagiarized, and then it's considered as plagiarism. Okay, so even when we change the words, the structure is still the same. We have to make sure that we give the credit to whoever the information came from. And then number six, copying so many words or ideas from a source that it make up the majority of your work. Whether you give credit or not, it breaks the law of fair use. So what it means here is that there are times you have given credit, but the information you are using from one particular author is too much. Okay, so in that case, you are still plagiarizing, and then it's not acceptable. So don't overuse information from one particular author. Okay, take note of that. Don't overuse information from one particular author. Okay, how about images, videos, and music? Okay, so using an image or video or a piece of music, okay, in your work, okay, without getting permission, okay, it's also considered, okay, as plagiarism. Okay, so when you use an image, a video, music, or whatever it is, you need to cite the source. Okay, under the image, under the video, cite the source. That is very important. You need to cite the source. Okay, so these are also plagiarism as well. So copying media from other websites to put into your own website or into your own paper is considered as plagiarism. And then making a video using footage from other videos or using copyrighted music as part of the soundtrack is also considered as plagiarism. Okay, so you should take note of this. And number three, performing another person's copyrighted music, which is called playing a cover, is also considered as plagiarism. and then composing a piece of music that borrowed heavily from another composition. So usually when it comes to images, when it comes to music and things like videos, it's more of copyright issue than plagiarism, because there's a difference between to plagiarize and to violate copyright. Okay, they are not the same. When it comes to writing articles, it's considered as plagiarism. Okay, but when it comes to videos, audios, images, and so on and so forth, it's considered as copyright. Okay, so you may not be in problem for plagiarism, but if you are going to reproduce the material and sell, then the problem of copyright comes in. Okay, because you are copying it, you are selling it. Okay, you are adding, you are getting money out of it. Okay, so you are going to get a problem with copyright. Okay, but if it's not so, then it's a problem of plagiarism. So how do we check plagiarism? Okay, I have already indicated in Grammarly. Okay, I will show you also in Turnitin, but before that, let's look at some practical ways that you can use to avoid plagiarism. Number one, keep track of all your sources. So as you write your article, you always need to keep track, okay, of all the sources you are using. Okay, so while you are doing your research and taking notes, okay, for your paper, make sure that you record all the sources. So compile all the references you are using, okay, in your article. So one way that students commit plagiarism is by simply forgetting where an idea came from and then unintentionally presenting it as their own. But sometimes it's because of forgetfulness that we fall into the trap of plagiarism. So in order not to fall into the trap, you need to compile all the sources, okay? So you can easily avoid this pitfall by just keeping notes, organize and compiling all the lists as you go. Then keep track of every source you consult. Okay, that includes books, journal articles, but also things like website, magazine articles, and even video. So you need to keep track of all those sources. Okay, so one way that you can do it is by compiling all your sources in OneNote. OneNote is simple, it's easy to use. So here, what you do is you have to open OneNote, then copy paste all the sources as you work. Then you can use color coding, okay, for all known and unknown sources. Then you fix them later. Okay, I will show you in a moment how you can do that. Okay, so let me take you to my laptop again and let me open OneNote. Let's see how we can get this done. Okay, so I will go back to my laptop. Okay, so I'm opening OneNote here. Okay, you can also compile in Microsoft Word or even in any other Word document. But the thing is, one thing about OneNote is that it directly gives you the source of the information. For example, if you copied it from Google, then OneNote will automatically provide you with a URL. Okay, let me share the OneNote. Okay, just a moment. Okay, so here I'm in OneNote. Okay, so if I click here, you can see a whole lot of things I've done using OneNote. So usually all my references, I keep them here. Sometimes even table of content, I do them here using OneNote. Okay, so I will just click maybe one of them. Let's see. So this is a table of content which I have organized here. Let me get another one. Okay, so for example, this is one paper that I worked on. Okay, so I have the title here, as you can see. So one good thing about OneNote is this. When you copy the reference and you paste, automatically OneNote will put the URL there for you. Okay, so OneNote will do this automatically for you. Let me get another one over here, number 10. Okay, so this is also references for a book, okay, that I did some time ago. Let me get another one here. Okay, this is also table of contents. It's also another table of content. Okay, this is also another table of content. I want to, okay, this is a reference. So I will just scroll up here. Okay, so these are references, okay, which I organize them in OneNote. Okay, let me pick up another one. Let me see this one here. Okay, this is also a table of content. Okay, another table of content. Okay, this is a reference also. So you see that I have organized them. Okay, this was for a particular book. Okay, this is for a particular book for research ethics. Okay, I organize them here. Okay, so what I'm trying to show you here is this. I'm going to open a new page. Okay, I'm going to open a new page. And then let's see, let's look for a particular reference. And then we'll paste it into our work. And then we'll see that OneNote will automatically, okay, bring up the URL. Okay. So I'm going to go to Google Scholar. Let's go to Google Scholar together. Go back to my laptop. And then let's go to Google Scholar. Okay. And then over here, maybe let's type in maybe Mapuina Yoman. Maybe 2018. Okay, so here it will pull up one or two of the papers. Then I click on Cite. If I click on Cite, this will come. Okay, so I will copy it. Then I'm going to go back to OneNote. Okay, so I'm going to paste this in OneNote. Okay, so when I paste the reference, you see OneNote has automatically given me the URL. Okay, so OneNote is saying that this came from Google Scholar, as you can see, because now for most journals, they will ask you to include the DOI or the URL. Okay, and Google Scholar does a good job by giving you the URL automatically. So you don't have to worry yourself looking for where the information came from. Okay? Or let me pull up another one. Let's say Tay Ernest. Okay, Tay is one of my friends. Okay, 2018. Okay, so site. Then we have it here, we want APA. Okay, so I'll go back to my what do you call it? My OneNote again. Just a moment, I'm trying to go back, get into my OneNote. Okay, I hope you can see my OneNote. Okay, so I'm going to paste this here again, and you will see that OneNote automatically provides a URL. Okay, so usually I use OneNote to compile, okay, all the references I want to have, because automatically it gives me the URL. Okay, it gives me the URL automatically. That's why I prefer to use OneNote in compiling all my references. Okay, so usually I combine Google Scholar with OneNote to compile my references, and then also to look for references which are not provided in full, okay, in my manuscript, because Google Scholar can give you most. Okay, if you can't find it in Google Scholar, then you can use Google itself. Okay, then you can do it. But for simplicity, you can do it that way. There are other more complicated softwares that you can also use to do your referencing. Okay, actually, it could also be done in Microsoft Word. And then you could also use some other online softwares to do it. Okay, for example, when we were editing in Grammarly, when we started to APA, automatically it modifies all the reference to APA. Okay, so that's an easy way to get it done, even inside Grammarly. So you don't have to worry yourself changing punctuation, changing this and this, but immediately you set it to APA, then everything will be done. Okay, but then even when it's done, you have to cross-check that everything has been done correctly, because a software is a software. Okay, a software is a software, and it can make mistakes. So you need to double check all those ones and make sure the right thing is done. Okay, let me go back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so you can combine Google Scholar together, okay, with your OneNote, and then for the compilation of all the sources, these two will do a very good job for you for simplicity, okay, for simplicity. And then number two, you can use quoting and paraphrasing, okay? So usually I make this joke that we don't have to be like cows, because cows do not know how to paraphrase. If you say to a cow, don't say moo, use your own word. A cow will still say moo, because that is all that it knows. So while writing your paper, if you want to share an idea or a piece of information from a source, you must either paraphrase or quote the original text. You paraphrase or you quote the original text. Okay, So quoting means copying a piece of text word for word. So the copy text must be introduced in your own words, enclosed in quotation marks, and then correctly attributed to the original author. Okay, so that is what we are talking about. So how do we quote? Now let's look at some of them. Because if you don't quote correctly, then you could get something wrong. Okay, and then the plagiarism checker or software, even though you have quoted, will still see it as plagiarized because the quotation was not properly done. Okay, so introducing a quote. Each time you include a quotation in your paper, you must introduce it. So this tells the reader why you are including the quote and how it fits into your argument. Okay, so take note of this. And there are three main ways to introduce a quote. There are three main ways you can do this. Now, the first one is called introductory sentence. So you need to put an introductory sentence before the actual quotation begins. So by introductory sentence, what we are saying is that you can introduce the code, okay, with a full sentence followed by a colon, okay, with a full sentence followed by a colon. Okay, for example, in the Philippines, okay, in Philippines, a recent poll shows that women contribute more to the upkeep of families than men. Then the colon comes before the actual quotation begins. So the quotation is, women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Then the author's name, the year comes, Loretta 2018. So over here, you see the introductory sentence ends with a colon before the actual quotation begins. So that is one way to quote. Okay, that's one way to quote. And then number two is the introductory signal phrase. Introductory signal phrase. So here, you can use a signal phrase that mentions the author or the source, but doesn't form a full sentence. So in this case, you follow the phrase with a comma instead of a colon. Okay, so here we are saying that you have to use a comma because it's not a full sentence, it's just a signal, and then you are mentioning the name of the author. Okay, in this example, according to Loretta 2018, okay, then the comma comes before the quotation begins. Women engage as breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, then the quotation ends. Okay, so in this case, instead of a colon, we are using a comma because we are putting the name of the author first and making it all as one sentence. But the thing is, we have an introductory signal phrase, which is according to Loretta. Okay, and then number three. Okay, number three is the integrating, before number three, the introductory phrase can also use dialogue verbs such as argues, claims, or explains. So the first one we said, we made mention according to Loretta. But now here we are saying Loretta 2018 states, comma, then the quotation begins, women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, so you can say claims, argues, explains, or whatever it might be. Okay, just playing with words. Then number 3, you can integrate the quotation into your own sentence. So in this example, if you want to quote a phrase that does not, okay, form a full sentence, then you can embed it into, okay, your own sentence. For example, a recent poll suggests that women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. So here you see that the moment we introduce that, we are not putting any comma here. Okay, we are not putting a comma because of the word that. So a recent poll suggests that women are the breadwinners of families in the Philippines. Okay, then the author's name, the year comes. So here we are integrating okay, the quotation into our own sentence. Okay, so if we remove that, then okay, the comma needs to come. Okay, so that becomes an introductory signal phrase. Okay, so these are the 3 ways we can quote. Okay, so integrating it into our own sentence. Okay, and then number 2 here, using introductory signal phrase, and then using an introductory sentence. Okay, so we can do it in this way so that we can avoid plagiarism. Okay, citing a quote. So here, all direct quotations, okay, must include citation of the original source. Okay, it must include citation of the original source. So the way you cite a source depends on the citation style. So many citation styles use in-text citation in parentheses, okay, directly after the quotation, while others require you to use footnotes. Okay, usually in books, footnotes are used, but then in articles, in-text citation are more preferred. Okay, so the differences can be subtle, so make sure you know the rules of the style you are using. That's why earlier I mentioned that you have to cross-check with the journal because it could be different from one journal to the other, okay, and from one institution to the other. So when you quote, in our academic papers and essays, okay, you should avoid relying heavily on quotations. Okay, avoid relying heavily on quotation when it comes to academic papers. Okay, don't use too many quotations, but then it's also discipline specific. In some disciplines, using a lot of quotations are necessary, but in other disciplines, that is not the case. Okay, so when you want to refer to information or ideas from a source, it's often best to paraphrase it than just quote it. So which means putting the passage in your own words. It's always best to paraphrase than using too many quotations. So when you paraphrase, actually it shows that you fully understand the text, okay? Because your own voice is dominant. Okay, than just quoting and quoting according to almost every paragraph according to. So in that case, it makes your work look very ugly. Okay, so I mean, put it in your own word. Okay, so when focusing on language, if you want to comment, okay, on how the author uses language, for example, in papers related to linguistics, to literature, communication, and media, okay, it's often necessary to quote, okay, so that the reader can see the exact passage that you are referring to. Sometimes when you are making a critique, okay, you cannot critique without quoting what you want to critique. Okay, so it's needed, okay, in the area of literature and linguistics. Okay, in other social sciences, quotations are also very important. And also in argumentative writing, it's also needed. But aside from that, then it might not be necessary all the time. Okay, let's look at this example. Okay, you are writing a paper about the novels of a modernist author. So in this case, you will have to quote frequently from the novels in order to analyze their language. Okay, so if you are analyzing language, okay, you have to quote it, because if you don't quote it, then how do you analyze? You cannot analyze from abstract point of view. And then when you are giving evidence, you also need to quote, okay? So this is also an exceptional case. Okay, so to convince the reader of your argument, interpretation, or position on a topic, okay, it's often helpful to quote. Okay, so if you don't quote it, how do you support your point? So it's needed. And then quotes from primary sources, for example, interview transcript or historical document are credible. So let's assume that your study is a qualitative. Okay, actually for qualitative text, if you don't quote, you can analyze. Okay, so after your transcription and you are doing the analysis, you have to quote what the participants said. Okay, then after that, you can do your analysis. So if you don't do it that way, then you might not be able to do a good work. Now let's look at this example. So you are working on a paper about the causes of a historical event, and you have studied the document and the letters written at that time. So in this case, you can quote from these sources as evidence to support your own argument. Okay, so something happened in the past, and then you want to write about it. Now you can write about it without quoting it. You can critique without quoting it. You can stand for or against it without quoting it. So in this case, it's very important. Okay, so these are some of the exceptions, okay, that you need to take note of. So when presenting an author's position or definition, here also you are going to need to quote. Okay, so you need to refer to these sources, like these scholarly works or articles or occasional concise quotes are needed. Okay, if you want to, maybe an author has a position about a particular topic and you are debating with that author, you have to quote the position of that author in order to put your point across. Okay, so you can quote to show that your point is supported by an authority, okay, on the topic, or to critique a position that you disagree with. Okay, so that's what I mentioned, argumentative writing. You want to prove a point or disapprove a point, you need to quote the point before you do it. Okay, try to put others' ideas, okay, in your own words as much as possible. Okay, because like I said, it shows that you really understand the text you are dealing with. Okay, but if a passage does a great job at expressing, explaining, or defining something, okay, it would be very difficult to try to put it in your own words. For example, there are some proverbs you cannot put it in your own words. You have to quote it because they make more sense quoting. For example, the early bird catches the worm. I mean, it's so understandable by everybody. Or early to bed, early to rise. I mean, these are things that they are not audible when you put them. They're trying to put it in your own word. Okay, so in your interpretation of survey data, okay, is supported by well-known theory on your topic. then in that case, you just have to quote, okay, the theory instead of putting it in your own words, okay? For example, maybe your research is supported by the theory about human behavior or the theory of human needs or whatever it is. I mean, just quote the theory, okay, before you try to explain in your own words. Okay, so if you find a sentence that perfectly sums up the theory, you can quote the author before elaborating. Okay, this is what I mentioned. Now the question is, how many quotes should I use in my work? So the amount of quote, like I said, depends on the discipline. Okay, it depends on the discipline topic you are working on. Okay, so in the scientific subject or in the physical sciences, okay, the information itself is more important than how you try to express it. So quotation should be kept to minimum. However, in the arts and social sciences and even the humanities, okay, quotations that are well chosen, okay, can really do a great job. Okay, so you may want to quote it if your study is more qualitative. Use more quotation if it's qualitative, then use less quotation if it's quantitative. Okay, so this is what I have said. In social sciences, the amount of quotation you depend on whether you are doing quantitative or qualitative. Okay, so when you are dealing with numbers, less quotation. When you are dealing with more words, more quotations. So this is the general rule. So keep your quotation to less than 10%. Okay, this is a general rule. Either it's quantitative or qualitative. Okay, keep it to less than 10%. Okay, don't quote too many. Okay, don't quote too many times. Okay, keep it to less than 10%. Now, number 3, cite the original source. Okay, to avoid plagiarism, cite the original source. So every time that you quote or paraphrase, you must include an in-text citation that identifies the original author. Okay, that is what I mentioned. So each in-text citation must correspond to the full reference in the reference list or the bibliography at the end of the paper. So this entails exactly where the information came from, allowing your readers to locate the source for themselves. Okay, allowing your readers to locate the source for themselves. Okay, so take note of this. Then you can use plagiarism checker. Okay, I have already mentioned some of them. Okay, so usually the checker is going to compare your information with a host of information out there to check for similarities. Okay, so you should always use plagiarism checker before you submit your paper. Okay, for submit your paper to the journal. So this allows you to identify any part, okay, of your paper that you might have forgotten to quote or paraphrase or even style. Okay, that's the essence of using the plagiarism checker. Then you can follow the steps above that we have mentioned to fix the problems, okay, or the plagiarism issues. Okay, how about long quotations? Usually, if you have a long quotation, which is like more than 40 words, okay, you should put it in a freestanding block of typewritten lines, and then you can omit quotation. So take note of this. If you are quoting anything which is longer than 40 words, that's what you will need to do. So here you will start the quotation on a new line, then you have to indent it 5 spaces from the left margin, okay? And then type the entire quotation on the new margin and then indent it, okay, like I have said. Okay, Then maintain double spacing throughout. Okay, you have to remember this. Okay, the parenthetical citation, okay, should come after the closing and come after the closing punctuation mark. Okay, so typewritten block should be used. Okay, when you are quoting something which is more than 40 words. Okay, which is more than 40 words. Okay, so I will end here, ask for questions before I begin. I continue from here. Okay, so here it has to do with synthesizing the literature. Okay, so let me break here. Let me ask you if you have got any questions so far, and then we will continue from this point. Any questions so far?
None, sir.
Okay, how about the others? Have you got any question?
None so far po, sir.
So again. Okay, so I'm going to continue with the synthesizing. Okay, if you know how to synthesize, it will do a very great job for you. Okay, in the process of writing your article. Okay, so let me share my screen again. Okay, so when we say synthesizing, it has to do with combining elements of literature. Okay, combining separate elements of literature, okay, into a whole. Okay, and then it is a way to make connections, okay, among numerous and varied source of material. So it's like getting the ideas of author A, author B, author C, and putting them together to form your own idea. Okay, that is what synthesizing is all about. And then in here, the literature review is grouped by topic and then by argument, okay, to create a whole view of the literature relevant, okay, to your question. Okay, so usually you are going to need synthesizing, okay, in the area of your literature review, your discussion, and also in the introduction. These are the places where synthesizing is very important. And actually, it's also the places where the issue of plagiarism is also critical. Okay, so let's begin. Okay. Step one, you have to organize your sources. Okay, so to synthesize, you need to organize your sources. So after collecting the relevant literature, okay, you've got a lot of information, okay, to work through, and no clear idea of how it all fits together. So when you are writing your article, you have a lot of literature, and you are thinking, how do I put them all together? Okay, so over here, before you start writing, you are going to need to organize, okay, your notes, okay, in a way that allows you to see the relationships, okay, between all the sources that you have. Okay, if you don't properly organize them, then it's difficult to note the relationships. But the thing is that if you don't see the relationships in the literature you have, then you will not be able to provide a good discussion. Okay, because your discussion is going to be based on the relationships between the variables, between the authors, claims, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is something you want to do well. So one way to begin synthesizing, okay, is to put your notes into a table. Okay, put the notes, the sources you have to organize them in a nice table. So depending on your topic and the type of literature you are dealing with, okay, there are a couple of different ways that you can actually organize them. So let's look at a couple of them. The first one is called the summary table. Okay, let's assume that you have 50 sources, okay, 50 different authors that you are working with their papers. Okay, you can use the summary tables, okay, to organize it. And this summary table will help you to do a very nice work. When it comes to your literature review, when it comes to writing your introduction, when it comes to doing your discussion, okay, it will help you to do a great work. So like you see in the table here, we have the aim over here, then we have the method, the population, the conclusion, okay, evaluation, and so on. Okay, what you put in here could vary, okay? So it could even be the title, it could be the objectives, okay, it could be the hypothesis, it could be the method used, and so on and so forth. Okay, so what you are going to do is to organize them in a way that fits your particular research. Then we have the sources, source 1, 2, 3. So the sources are the different authors that you are using their work. So vertically, and then the various sections of the paper will be horizontal. So in here, a summary table collects the key points of each source under consistent headings. So this is a good approach if your sources tend to have a similar structure. For instance, if they are all empirical research, okay, then it's going to look more beautiful. Okay, and then each row in the table lists one source. Okay, like you see here, okay, lists one source, and then each column identifies specific part of the source. So you can decide which heading, okay, to include based on what's most relevant, okay, to the literature you are dealing with. So it might not be the same as what you see here, okay, depending on what is relevant to you, note what to write in each of these places, okay? That's all you have to take note. And then the next thing here, for example, you might include columns like the aim, the method, the variable population size, conclusion, and so on and so forth, depending on what you are trying to achieve. For each study, you briefly summarize each of these aspects. Okay, so like what we are saying, the summary table. So for every study, you are going to summarize, okay, the aim, summarize the method used, summarize the population, summarize the conclusion, summarize your own evaluation. Okay, or write your own evaluation. Okay, so you have to do it in that order. And then when that is done, the summary table gives you a quick overview, okay, of the key points of each source. Okay, so this allows you to group the sources by relevant similarities, as well as noticing the important differences and contradictions, okay, in their findings. So what that means is this. For example, source 1, okay, and maybe source 4, you could notice that the aims are the same. So if the aims are the same, you could color code it in a particular way. Let's say source 1 and then source 3, they have the same aim. So I will color code it as red. And then source 3 and 4. Okay, source 3 and 4. No, is it source? No, source 2. Source 2 and 4. Okay, they have the same aim, so our color code is green. So in my discussion, I'm going to compare and contrast. Okay, so 2 and 3, I'll put them together and say something like, the findings of source 2 and source 3 agree with the findings of blah, blah, blah. Okay, but in contrast, source 1 and source 3 point out that blah, blah, blah. Okay, so if ever I have like 10 sources, I'm going to color code them. Maybe I will color code another one as yellow, another one as blue, and so on and so forth. So when it comes to comparing, contrasting, finding similarities and relationships, the color coding will tell me exactly what the relationships, the similarities and differences are. Okay, so in that case, I could note it. And then in the same way, when I come to the method, I can use a different color coding. Okay, maybe I could use vertical coding. Maybe source 1 and 4 have the same method. However, source 2 and 3 have different style. Okay, so I will color code them differently. So I'll do that for population, for conclusion, and then also for my evaluation. Okay, so in writing my either the introduction or the method, the lecture review, and then the discussion, I'm going to do my comparison this way. This is going to be the order of my writing. Okay, this is going to be the order of my writing. Okay, and then it's going to be like that. Okay, because I'm going to compare and contrast different studies based on the aim, based on the method, based on their findings, their conclusion, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if I'm comparing method, I know what to do because I can see the differences clearly. If I'm comparing the conclusions, by looking at them, I see the pattern by looking at the color coding. Okay, so you can use this, okay? You can use this summary table to make your work easier for you actually. Okay, so that is one way of organizing your work. Okay, so if you look at this figure here, there's something here also that you can know. So over here, like the one I presented earlier, we have the purpose, we have the method, the results. As you can see, then we have source 1, source 2, source 3, all the way to either source 10 or source 50, or whatever number of sources that you have. Okay, so again, your comparison and contrasting are going to look like this. Okay, they are going to look like that because you are comparing the sources, okay, and the claims in the sources. Okay, that is the thing. Okay, let's move on. Now, the second way of synthesizing is called using the synthesis matrix. The first one is the synthesis table, the summary table, and then we have the synthesis matrix. So over here, okay, it is useful when the sources are more varied, okay, in their purpose and then their structure. Okay, take note, in the summary table, when they are more similar, you can use summary table, but when they are more varied, you use the synthesis matrix. Okay, and then each column in the table, you list the source, and then each row, okay, you have to indicate the concept, the topic, or the themes. Okay, so let's look at an example here. So over here, you are dealing with theme. Okay, we are not comparing different components of the paper, like the method, like the conclusion, the result, and so on and so forth. But we are talking about themes here. Okay, so there's a particular topic that you are dealing with. So you want to find what different authors have to say about that particular topic. So you have source 1, then source 2, up to source 4, or source 10, or whatever it might be. Okay, so let's say that maybe the topic is on maybe typhoon prevention. So source 1, what did they say on typhoon prevention? Maybe what source 1 said, okay, is similar to what source 4 said. However, what source 2 said is the same as what source 3 said. Okay, so your theme 1 is on typhoon prevention. Okay, so your discussion is not going to be vertical, but it's going to be horizontal. Okay, that's how you are going to do your discussion. You are going to compare the sources horizontally. So like the first one, we talked about the summary table. Okay, we compared vertically. Okay, in the summary table, it was like this. But in the synthesis matrix, we are not doing it that way. Okay, so we are doing it horizontally. Okay, so what we can say here is that maybe according to source 1 and source 2, typhoon can be prevented by blah, 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 and blah. However, source 2 and 3 has another approach. They indicate that typhoon can be prevented by blah, 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 blah. So these findings are in line with the findings of author blah, 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 blah. Okay, this contradicts that and that and that. Okay, so you are going to do your analysis vertical, now horizontally, not vertically. So on team 1 becomes your paragraph 1. Okay, then team 2 can be your paragraph 2. Team 3 can be paragraph 3. Team 4 can be paragraph 4. Okay, so you do your comparison, okay, using what the different authors have said by comparing them. So the purpose of the table, okay, is to identify the common points that connect the sources, as well as identify points that diverge or disagree. That is why we do it horizontally and not vertically. Okay? So step 2, you need to outline the sources. So now you should have a clear overview after you are done with the table. Okay, and you should see the connection and the differences. Again, also, don't forget to use color coding here. Next, you need to decide how you group, okay, them together, and then the order in which to discuss them after you see, okay, the differences and then the similarities, okay, between them. So for shorter papers, your outline can just identify the focus of each paragraph. And then for longer papers, you might want to divide it into subsections. Now, if you look at the image here, okay, for every paragraph, you are going to need a thesis statement. Okay, and then each thesis statement, you are going to need details. Okay, you are going to need details. Okay, and then under each detail, if ever for longer papers, you may need sub-details. But shorter papers, maybe you may not need the sub-details. Then after that, you are going to need a concluding statement. So every paragraph needs to have this structure. Okay, if you are doing a good synthesis and discussion, that is how it has to look like. Now, approaches for literature synthesis. There are different approaches that we can use. Okay, and then the first one is chronological. Okay, so when you are doing synthesis of literature, this is one approach. Okay, so when we say chronology or chronological, okay, we are talking about some order here. So for sources that cover a broad time of period, okay, use this when you find patterns in how researchers approach the topic. Okay, so maybe you are looking at how a particular topic has been treated over the past 10 years. Okay, so you follow this particular style. So two articles, group articles into time periods. Okay, you group the articles based on time and then identify what they have in common. Okay, and then as well as signaling the important turning point of development in the literature. So you are going to group them maybe from 2010 to 2020. Okay, so you can group them maybe 2020, 2021, 2022, and so on. So you can have like 10 different groups. Or you can combine 3 years together, and then you have like 3 groups. Okay, so after that, you are going to look for the similarities between them. Okay, so in your discussion, you are going to cover the different year groups. And then you also look at the similarities between the groups. Then after that, you are going to contrast the different groupings. Okay, like that. And that's how you do it. And then number 2, thematic. So here you use this if the literature covers various themes. Okay, if it covers different themes. Okay. So like the image you see here. Okay, these are the authors. Okay. So we have theme A, theme B, theme C. So theme A, what does this author say? This author, what does he say? And this author, what does he say about it? About theme A. Do they say the same thing or they say different thing? If they say the same thing, what do they say? If they are saying different things, what are they saying? Okay, that is called thematic analysis. So that means that each paragraph or section focuses on a specific theme and explains how that theme is approached in literature. So the theme can become your different paragraph. Okay, number 3 here, we have the methodological. So you use this approach if you are drawing on literature from various different fields, okay, or they use a wide variety of research methods. So what that means is this, okay, grouping together studies based on the type of research or the type of method which is actually used, okay, and discussing the findings that emerge from each method. Okay, so here you are grouping the studies, either their content analysis, either their historical, their ethnographic, their action research, their survey, or whatever they might be. You are going to group them in that particular order. And then the next one here, we have the thematic. Okay, and now we have the theoretical. So you use this approach if your topic involves a debate between different school of thought. Okay, so that means comparing different theories. Okay, that is what we are talking about. You are comparing different theories over here. So in this sense, when you have your sources, you look at which particular group of authors support this particular theory. Which ones are against this particular theory? Then you group them. Why do they agree? Why do they disagree? Okay, then you evaluate their argument. Okay, and you find out, okay, the most convincing component of their argument. Okay, step 3, write paragraphs with topic sentence. Okay, so sentences combines various sources. The easiest way to think about this is that each paragraph to discuss a few different sources. Okay, and then you should be able to condense the overall point of the paragraph into one sentence. So this is called the topic sentence. And it usually appears at the start of the paragraph. Okay, and then the topic sentence signals what the whole paragraph is about. So every sentence in the paragraph should be clearly related to it. Okay, so you have your topic sentence. I think I have some image here. Let me see if I can show you the image. Okay, I have some images I will show you in a moment. So a topic sentence is a statement that tells what the paragraph is about. Okay, so before you begin writing a whole paragraph, it is advisable to include a topic sentence. Okay, include a topic sentence. Okay, so a topic sentence can be a simple summary, okay, of the paragraph content. Okay, like these ones here. Early research on X focused heavily on Y. Okay, this can be a topic sentence. Okay, early research on X focused heavily on Y. Then you can continue like, you can continue like, researcher A reported that blah, 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 blah. Or researcher A, B, and C reported that blah, 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 and blah. However, researcher D disagrees with the findings of researcher A, B, and C. Okay, then now you are going to come up with your concluding statement. Okay, after you have finished with the various details. Okay, so you can say something like this: from looking at this research, these authors, we can say that blah 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 and blah. Okay, by analyzing the claims of researcher A, B, C, and D. Okay, you now give a concluding statement. Okay, so for an effective synthesis, you can use topic sentence to link back to the previous paragraph, highlighting a point of debate or a critic. So look at the image here, like a hamburger. So we have the topic sentence here, which is the top one. Then we have the supporting sentence, which come from different authors. And then you have the concluding statement, which is an evaluation of the supporting claims from the different authors. Okay, so several authors have pointed out the flaws in this approach. This can be a topic sentence. Or you can say something like, while recent research has attempted to address the problem, many of these studies have methodological flaws that limits their validity. Okay, this can also be another topic sentence. Okay, then supporting statement can be something like, for instance, Archimedes 2022 stated that blah, 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 and blah. Okay, or based on the findings of John 2016, it could be noted that blah, 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 and blah. So this can become your supporting sentences. Then after all that, then you have to bring your conclusion. Okay, something like that. So by using topic sentences, you can ensure that your paragraphs are coherent and clearly show the connections between the articles you are discussing. Okay, so as you write your paragraphs, you need to avoid quoting directly from the source. So use your own words, like we have mentioned earlier, and then explain the commonalities and differences that you find in literature. Okay, so up here, you have your topic sentence, then you have your supporting sentences. Okay, if it's a long paper, then you are going to have another supporting sentences. Okay, then after that, you make a conclusion. Okay, so this becomes one paragraph. So that is how you do the sentences. Okay, so don't try to cover every single point, okay, from every single source. So the key to synthesizing is to extract the most important and relevant information and combine it, okay, combine it to give your reader an overall picture of the state of knowledge on your topic. Okay, then step 4, now you have to revise it, edit it, and proofread it. Talking about each paragraph that you do. So now read, drop, revise, edit, proofread, okay, what you have done. Now let's look at the checklist here. So ask yourself these questions as you write. Do I introduce the paragraph with a clear focus topic sentence? Do I do that? Number 2, do I discuss more than one source in each paragraph? So take note of this. I mentioned earlier that every paragraph discusses 2 to 3 sources in every paragraph. This make your work look more professional. Okay, so take note of this. And then, do I mention only most relevant findings rather than describing every part of the study? Okay, there are times, there are people, they will quote everything, okay, in somebody's study, instead of just talking about the relevant thing and summarizing it. Okay, and then do I discuss similarities and differences between the sources? So if you have 2 or 3 sources, make sure you are comparing and contrasting also. Okay, then do I put the findings or the arguments in my own words? Is the paragraph organized around one single idea? So what that means is that don't bring up 2 different themes in one paragraph. No, don't do that. Make sure that just make sure that every paragraph has just one idea. Okay? And then is the paragraph directly relevant to my research? Okay, so make sure that your discussing, your summarizing and synthesizing, they are all based on the research questions or the research topic. And then is there a logical transition, okay, from this paragraph to the next one? So every paragraph needs to connect, okay, to each other. Okay, then you should also use plagiarism checker. Earlier on, I've talked about some of these things. Okay, these are some of the plagiarism checkers that you can use. Okay, we have the Dictators Mod to SEO.com. Okay, you can use that duplicate checker, plagiarism detector.net. We have key text, we have EasyBit, we have plug scan. The plug scan is a good one. We have Turnitin, which is also good when it comes to plagiarism. And then we have Grammarly we can use. And then we have Plagrammy, and then we have Scriber. Okay, so others include Grammarly.com, and these ones you can use them. Okay, then we go to paraphrasing. You need to paraphrase. Earlier I have said something about this. Okay, so paraphrasing is about presenting the information in your own words. Then after that, acknowledging where it came from. So another way of saying yes is he agreed. That's called paraphrasing. Okay, take note of this. By using your own words, you demonstrate your understanding. Okay, so step 2, effective paraphrasing. Okay, this is manual way of doing it. However, you can use software, which is easier. Okay, but if you want to do it manually, these are some of the steps you can follow. Number 1, read the original text until you understand it well. Number 2, note down the key concept. 3, write down your own version of the text without looking at the original text. Number 4, compare your paraphrased text and make adjustments to ensure that it does not remain too similar. Number 5, edit your work so it is written in an academic manner and it flows with the rest of your assignment. Number 6, make sure that you have included a citation. Okay? Now, one thing you can do is this. You can change the voice of the source text. So what that means is this. By changing the voice of the sentence, for example, from active to passive or passive to active, you can either alter the general structure of your paraphrase and put it into words that are more of your own. Okay, so you can just change the structure. Okay, change the structure passive to active. Then you can use dictionary or a thesaurus, okay, which is also good. Okay, you can use these things, and then in here you'll get so many synonyms to guide you. Okay, you get synonyms. However, be careful not to use terms that you don't understand. Okay, so always use terms that you clearly understand. So these are some examples. Okay, instead of saying immediately, you can say straight away. Okay, instead of saying refreshing, you can say leisure. Okay, you can just play with words in that order. Okay, then you can also use introductory phrases, okay, with signaling terms. Okay, for example, they write, he notes that, he believes that. So this helps smoothly introduce the work of others. Okay, so for example, in this example, Miller discusses. Okay, and then we have he writes that, and over here we have as Miller notes. Okay, so these are different ways of putting it in order to make the paraphrasing possible. Now we have some more examples here. Authors also show their position regarding the original content by using verbs that are neutral, that show agreement, or that show disagreement. Okay, so a relative pronoun like that how, if is you. Okay, in many instances. For example, is the neutral position. Miller believe that, okay, or you can say something like sure. Okay, so Brooks showed that, okay, or disagreement, you can use that neglect. So you can say something like Jola neglect to include, okay. So you can use all these positions, either neutral position, or either agreement position or disagreement position. Okay, so some other verbs that you can use in conclude, observe, propose, argue, write, and so on. And some others you can also use include demonstrate for agreement, demonstrate, evidence, confirm, prove. Okay, for disagreement, you can use disregard, overlook, pay little attention to, and so on and so forth. Okay, so you can use this, okay, in your paraphrasing. Then you can merge sentences of the source text into one single sentence. So over here, what we are saying is that one major reason to paraphrase is to capture the main idea of the original text without using many words. So use only one sentence or two in your paraphrase to capture the main idea. Okay, so what it means is that like these examples. Okay. So we have keywords in question, then we have similar words. Okay, from the recording. Now we can add something like growing competition. You know, we have increased competition. Lack of good training, you can say poor training. Causes of problem, step back by. So all these are different ways of changing the phrases. Okay, sometimes they are not just words, but phrases. You can put them in different ways. Now let's look at tips for paraphrasing. So start your first sentence at a different point from the original. So what that means is that if the one you are paraphrasing is passive, make yours active. If it's active, make yours passive. Okay, so you start that way. Use synonyms, change the verb form, change forms of the word. Okay, so for example, if it is in the present tense, you can express it in the present continuous, or you can express it in the past tense. Okay, and then change the sentence structure. Okay, so this is also very important. Okay, then some more examples of paraphrasing. So this is the original. Let's read it. Students frequently overuse direct quotation in taking notes, and as a result, they overuse quotation in the final research paper. Probably only about 10% of your final manuscript should appear as directly quoted matter. Therefore, you should strive to limit the amount of exact transcribing of source material while taking notes. Lester D. James, Writing Research Papers, 2nd edition, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is a legitimate paraphrase. In research papers, students often quote excessively, failing to keep quoted material down to a desirable level. Since the problem usually originates during notes taking, it is essential to minimize the material recorded verbatim. So you see that this is longer, okay? This is longer than this one here. Okay, and then there's a lot of modifications. Okay, there are a lot of modifications. Okay, so that is it. Okay, so this brings us to the end of the third presentation for this afternoon. Okay, so do you have any questions so far?